Folks, welcome. Day 2. FIDE candidates happening now. Toronto, Canada. We're here. We're going to cover it, bring you the action. It's going to be another exciting day. How's it going, everyone?
So let's talk about the pairings. A little surprising that Fabi gets 2 whites in a row.
Yes.
And I guess we're going to call it a must win, but he better win this thing.
It's a big game.
Yeah.
It's a big game, Fabi. Yeah, I mean, white against Abasov. Everyone's white against Abasov is like, I mean, if you're going to win one game, that's the one.
Jan against Ali Reza will be a great battle.
Yes.
And now, I mean, they're all going to be great battles, dude. Yesterday, dude, it was all draws, but those are all fighting games.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess we could say Abasov Jan was maybe not a fighting game, but whatever. And yeah, dude,
I thought all the games were interesting. We got Prague against Gukesh, Hikaru Vidit. Yeah, every match is strong today. Compelling. Hello Twitch. Hello YouTube. But yeah, won't be easy for Fabi. I mean, of course, you can't just win on demand with white easily. It's interesting to see what he goes for. I mean, e4, he can play d4. He can try English. Won't be easy.
Okay.
The games are going to start, a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Let's see, women's pairings, we got... Ooh, Goryachkin and Muzicek. Oh, this is the real battle, Jesse. This is the real battle. This is going to be tense. And
Sombrero says Fabi's going to win easy. I don't know if it'll be easy. Probably be pretty combative, honestly.
Oh yeah, no, definitely not easy.
Let's see here. So I think though, my thing here is I think Fabi's gonna win. I think that Ali Reza Nepo match is gonna be really interesting. I want to say, like, I have people who I objectively think are going to win the tournament, but then I have, like, fan favorites. You know, the people I want to do well, and they're different. They're different. Like I really want to see Ali Reza win, and I did put him as number two, but I didn't put him as number one for winning this thing. I just want him to refine that beautiful form. I love the way he played yesterday. I thought it was a little bit of a shame that he couldn't pull it off. You know, he got this massive time pressure. Um, and
Yeah, he did miss a chance, I think, because okay, after we finished, I had to go do the St. Louis recap, so of course I
right.
had to run all the games through an engine to not look like an idiot.
Oh, come on. You don't have to do that, Baus. You don't have to do.
And yeah, I noticed at the end actually he had a chance to put Prague under some serious pressure. Um, but yeah, it was hard because like I was trying to understand. It was hard to understand like what exactly whether he missed the move or he there was something he didn't like about it.
So
It's
you're saying that when you looked at it with the engine, you were like, "Oh, this is pretty obvious." Is that what you're saying, was?
Yeah, the move was obvious exactly, and I was
Yeah.
wondering like what is that called? Like, because I feel like it's a kind of bias where as soon as you see the answer, all of a sudden, oh, everything seems clear. Someone was saying it's called hindsight bias, but that doesn't
Uh,
seem
call it engine bias. So
engine
first of all,
bias.
Hubskirt, and I want to give a shout out to her anyway. So we are not covering too much. We'll look now and again at the women's, but we're doing mostly the open. And we do have a dojoer named Sam, and she is doing a great job. And her YouTube channel is BKK Chess, and you can just search that. Um, and she's doing great recaps. All right, dude. Let's get into. How about Fabi's game, because that game's moving more than the other games so far.
Yeah, we got moves. We got moves. Okay, let's go. Fabi went with e4. We got
Yeah.
Rossalimo. Oh, and this e5 bishop d6 line from Abasov. Okay, this one is quite trendy. I know a little bit about this line.
Okay.
I know that it wasn't considered good up until maybe like 2 years ago. But people started playing it in like Blitz and stuff. Magnus, Fabi might have even played it as black as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's surprisingly playable.
Mm. I love this for Fabi. I think it's a great setup because he's got such a feel for these kinds of positions.
Yeah,
And
he hasn't
yeah,
slowed down at all. So I don't think he's surprised by this.
no. So, anyways, help me understand this weird move, Kostium. Because yeah, actually, if we did a graduate show and someone did this, I'd be like, nope. I'd be like, nope, that isn't it. So I
Um,
assume someday you're going to play Bishop C7. That's our intention here.
yeah, black wants to go for like bishop c7 and then d5 eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Magnus actually explained this one time. He said when you only have one weakness in the position, in this case the d5 square for black, it's
Uh-huh.
easy to play because you just concentrate all your forces on that square and you can
Mm.
defend one square basically.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, that's the plan at some point. Bishop c7, try to get d5 and equalize. But I'm sure there's other ways to play it too. Like I imagine black can even play with d6 and bishop e6. And but Fabi's approach I think is I'm not sure how common this is because I think white often goes for c3 d4 in this position and puts the knight on c4. So this d3 knight c3, this to me feels like kind of a different approach. But his speed is, yeah, indicative that he's definitely worked on this line uh, recently. And I don't really know Abasov's repertoire super well, so maybe he's pretty consistent with Rossalimo and this kind of thing. Someone asked why Fabi didn't go for open Sicilian. These days, against the Sveshnikov, the open Sicilian is not necessarily considered the most challenging. Black is very, very solid in all the Sveshnikov lines. So the Ross Limo for some time now, like a couple of years, has been considered just as serious of a try against the knight c6 Sicilians.
All right, Kosi, let me try to break down my noob understanding of this bishop d6 move. So one position I'm more familiar with is in the Rossolimo against g6. A lot of times what black does in that setup is like plays bishop g7 and then struggles to get e5 in. So in this perspective, you get the bishop on d6, and you're just saying to white, like, boss, do you really want to take on c6? Because that would solve my one problem piece there on c8.
Right. True.
And then what's funky about knight c3, I think, is that it is allowing black really to play knight d4 whenever they want, you know? Okay, so let's put it this way. H3 has been played. What I kind of understand about this position is usually we're going to trade the light square bishop for the knight. Then we put all our pawns on light squares to fend off our opponent's unopposed light square bishop that could become a beast. We just want to contain the thing. But now it's a little different. You know, he's playing H3 now. A little different because I don't know if I ever want to take that knight now, given the way black is set up.
Yeah, I think
so H3 puts the question to me. If I was black, it's either A6 or knight D4, right? Though I'm sure bishop C7 is also playable. So black could do all kinds of things here.
Yeah, bishop c7 seems like a move. Knight d4. Knight d4 though, I would expect like just bishop c4, and white just kind of keeps the grip.
I have a feeling this is a little bit like Abasov probably hasn't seen this exact position, and it's a little bit poisonous. It's a little poisonous because, like, for example, is there anything wrong with A6? Probably not, but you don't know. You know, and then knight D4, like knight D4, bishop C4, probably you just play A6 or something. And then you have to ask yourself, on bishop c7, are you worried about bishop g5? Maybe you are. On bishop c7, worried about bishop g5.
Yeah. Yeah, that actually definitely feels like maybe a nuance of this knight c3 thing, because someone else was saying in the chat, yeah, that they're like c3 and d4 is like the usual plan. So putting the knight on c3 is a bit unusual. And he's already thinking.
Yeah, no, I think this is really good. We got a question. Is the opener Rosalima better for a win against someone lower rated? I think, Fabi's got it perfectly here. We're going to get a maneuvering game, and he has a setup that he better understands. Okay, so A6 does happen. And now Fabi's got the question. It'll be interesting even to see how fast he moves, because I suspect he's seen this position before. I wouldn't here, like, okay, so normally in the Rosalimo, we would love for black to spend a tempo on A6 so that we just take, because that's our intention all along. But now when we take, we're freeing the bishop on C8. So do we take or do we play bishop C4? Personally, it looks like you got it. I mean, if you play bishop C4, it's like B5, bishop B3, and knight D4, white is, he should be fine. He should be fine. Right?
Fresh quickly. Oh, there we go. All right, got the board. Fabi. Oh wait, hold on. Let me pull up the cameras. I don't think we can show them on stream, folks, because we'll get in trouble. But we can at least let you all know who's at the board. Who's thinking? Okay, Naka's thinking. Where's the Abasov game? Abasov.
Oh, Prague is playing a pretty spicy, what I would consider a spicy variation.
Fabi's thinking on a6.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting. My feeling is he, of course, looked at this move like earlier, but maybe not in this exact position. And so he's just
Mm-hmm.
trying to figure out, like, okay, in earlier positions, the idea would have been to take on c6 or maybe to go bishop c4. And now he's just trying to confirm that that's what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you could. My intuition is we take on c6, DC happens, and then we either play knight e2 right away or we play a4 first.
Yeah. For anyone that wants to see the video, I just put the link in the chat. If you go to the FIDE Chess YouTube channel, they have, it looks like a camera for every board, every individual board. So you guys can
Yeah,
follow.
you can see Fabi's face directly. It's looking right onto that
Yeah.
guy's little
Well,
mustache. That's a
that's
little too
just
intimate
that's
for
the
me.
new aerial view invented by my friend Lennart Utz, who's
Uh-huh.
a big DGT specialist slash photographer. And this is his invention. I think they started this in the FIDE Grand Swiss. It's actually brilliant because you never get this look
It's
at
a
the
little too
players.
close, man. You can see the guys. Well, now they kind of pull out, thank God, because I was looking at his boogers at that point, man. That's a little too close. It's a little too close.
Seeing his reaction expression is enough, but yeah.
But anyways, so what we're saying, Costa, is that there's a camera, a live camera on every board right now.
I
Is that what we're
believe
saying?
so.
Nice. Okay. Post a couple more links if you got them. Frisky Frog saw some nose hairs.
All 8 boards. Yeah, it's cool.
Bishop c6 followed by knight e2, knight g3 would be my noob appreciation of the position. And there we can claim that we long-term can play against the black king.
So Fabi's still thinking.
You know, it's interesting that this decision is mildly reminiscent of the decision he had yesterday to play bishop takes d7 or bishop c4 against Nakam, where my, lame-o intuition was to take on d7 and he played bishop c4, which I guess was far more dynamic. Yeah. By the way, I really want to say one of my favorite parts about doing this coverage is afterwards to listen to what they have to say and,
Yeah.
kind of compare my take against theirs. A huge learning experience to just be able to contrast
And did
my
you
own
listen
thoughts.
to Fabi's interview yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So he did say he thought he was winning at one point. But yeah, no, it was a very interesting game. He just like it was the no increment thing. It's because he doesn't have increment, so he
Yeah.
can't like really afford to tank and try to find all the best moves. So FIDE really worked together on that one.
By the way, if you're gonna watch this stream, you're gonna hear Kostya go on this rant multiple times, man. It's not gonna end.
Got multiple bones to pick.
Yeah. Okay.
But he's thinking on a6, which I'm just trying to understand. Like, okay, clearly that's one of the first moves you look at early on. But something
Well, hold on though, Kostya, because normally in the Rosalimo, like we take on c6 without being prompted, right? And so from Fabi's point of view, this might be a noob decision actually to lose a tempo, encouraging us to take the thing.
Well, yes, but in that case, he would just take. Like, what would he be thinking about?
Bishop c4 is also kind of compelling. And you have to ask yourself, well, what is black going to do after bishop c4?
Mm-hmm.
And one kind of interesting thing is it seems to me that on bishop c4, black probably still has to hunt the light square bishop down with this knight. So he'll still end up trading the knight for the bishop, and we'll get kind of similar attack structure going against the black king. So by the way, this is the pawn structure I have in my aggressive repertoire, the dojo aggressive repertoire, right? C2, here he took. Yeah, he thought about it. He thought about it. All right. So that's, we're going to call that the principled Rosalimo move. Snip. By the way, a little history of the Rosalimo that I always thought was interesting. When they first played bishop b5, the intention was not really to take. Mr. Rosalimo just wanted to get his bishop out, and then castle, rook e1, bishop f1. And it was only later that they appreciated, like, oh yeah, the double pawns are kind of a bummer, and maybe I can create an attack against the black king with knight e2, g3 stuff.
That's interesting. Yeah, Rosalimo also, he was like, he has some fantastic combinations from what I've seen. So he was like a very sharp, like attacking player. But now his opening is considered like very positional, strategic. Which is, okay, people are asking about the increment thing. So here's how I would explain it. When you have a 30-second increment, it's like you have this like safety net where if you get a good position or a position that you play, you always have that 30 seconds to make a move. Without the increment, you don't get this extra time, so you're just panicking that you're just going to run out of time. And it's like, it's very different when you have to like kind of ration that time yourself versus when you get that extra time like after you make your move. And then you know like you're always going to have at least 30 seconds for the next move. Whereas if you have to ration it yourself, then you might not leave yourself a lot of time. All of a sudden you have a complicated decision to make and it's like, you don't have time, and then you flag. So it's like, also the players aren't used to it. They've been playing with a 30-second increment for like 15 years now. Like every tournament is like 30-second increment, 30-second increment. And all of a sudden they have to like adjust and now play without this. So yeah, it changes things.
Now somebody's claiming that Jan has already lost. I doubt it. But if we look at the position, it's pretty hectic, dude. It's pretty hectic. Yesterday we had Ali Reza with the doubled F pawns, and now Jan's doing it.
Wow.
It's a risky lifestyle, my friends.
Wow. Okay, let's go back a bit. So this is clearly Italian game. No, excuse me. Berlin. Firouzja plays the first Berlin of the event.
Not a boring game, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, Nepo, he went for one of the more combative lines. Mm-hmm. And okay, we get Italian game kind of position. C2, knight d5, and queen a2. Okay, how much time he spent on queen a2? 30 seconds. But Nepo already spent some time in this game. He spent
he spent some time, yeah.
So this is, because this is Nepo. He plays quickly. And him playing fast is not a guarantee that he's in prep. But he's matured a lot. So
let's say something obvious, my friends.
This is surprising.
White is down a pawn and his king is hosed. But the claim here for Nepo is that his light square bishop is amazing, and that his knight on e4 is amazing. That the knight on both knights, knight on c6 and b6, are both chumps. Very interesting position.
No, I totally buy what White's doing. It's just, is it preparation or
preparation H? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I mean, even for Nepo to play queen a2 and like allow all this. No, this has to be prep. This is too much, even for him, to just kind of like.
What's interesting about the position is that White is not going to create a threat super quickly, as far as I can see. Like I'm assuming, let's say queen d7. It's not like white immediately kills.
Yeah.
If a5, we play knight c8.
Queen
And
a2 played before by Durer Bailey. Great. Okay.
yeah,
So this is theory. This is known theory. Because Firouzja also, I mean, imagine he doesn't know this position. He's gonna take on f3 and take on d3 like super fast? No way. No way. So both players are like somewhat familiar with this. Gotta be.
this is an intense position, man. Yeah. I don't know who I'd rather be. It seems like queen d7's forced, but he's thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, rook d1 is a problem. What other moves would there be?
Queen
Yeah,
d7. At
queen
least I
d7.
got that one right. You
Nice.
know, always good when I get a one guess the move.
Yeah, we understand. So, Jesse, you running the engine? How'd you find that move?
Oh man,
How's it possible?
where is he? Okay, so now that's a good sign that we're in some prep because that came pretty quickly. Rook
Yeah,
d1.
rook d1.
So queen f5 would be el natural.
Right. I guess queen f5, bishop e3, game continues.
I think you also just want to double check too that knight g3 doesn't mess with you.
Right.
Yeah, see, queen f5, knight g3 might be kind of annoying because if like queen g6 and bishop c2.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, so queen f5, knight g3, queen g6.
That's really interesting. Another feature is on if you play queen c8, you have to make sure that a5 doesn't, kill your knight completely. I guess you have to play knight d7 there, and you just have to make sure you're not getting wasted. So okay, so
Well, knight d7, yeah, bishop e6, for example, right, would be,
crispy critters, right?
yeah, that would be a real problem for black.
So we're already like doing process of elimination here, and it's looking like queen e8 or the very sad bishop d6. It's interesting, after queen e8, then it's obvious that white has compensation. You don't have to threaten anything. Could be black's move and you could claim you have compensation. Oh, this is fun, man. Okay. Ali Reza, buddy. Holy moly.
Not easy. Not easy. And if Firouzja's out of book, and he has to just kind of figure this position out, that doesn't seem fun. Nepo, by the way, I feel like he was always really, really good at playing these weird positions where he's like down a pawn, like playing the Scotch, getting all these like random positions. Alexander Chess, thank you for the raid. Hello, hello, folks.
Nice. 1168. Oh my God, that's a huge, huge raid.
Yeah, that's awesome. How was the game? How'd Alex do? I was following. Looked good for a while. We're watching the candidates, folks, here. FIDE candidates, round 2 just started. Got multiple games. Already very interesting.
No engine, no BS. That's our motto.
That's right. That's right. Hello, hello, folks. This is the Nepo game, Nepo Firouzja. They've been blitzing a lot of this stuff out. So Nepo, he seems to be very much in prep. Ali Reza, though, he has started to think. And yeah, he might not be so comfortable. Actually, let me see if I can find his camera. Yeah, he's thinking. He's like in full calculation mode already.
Oh, we got some great games here, man. And Fabi just played knight h4, and then rook e8 was played quickly. Ooh, buddy.
Yeah, this came from Berlin, though it basically resembles Italian game at this point. How do I know he's in full calculation mode? Because his hands are like this. He's in it. He's bobbing. He's moving around. You can tell when a player is familiar with a position versus when they're getting into the game. They've started to. Now he's like this. He had his chin on his thumb, and yeah, he's going through all the phases, the 5 stages of I'm out of prep. First stage, oh, I've seen this before. Yeah, wasn't the move Queen F5? Second stage, wait, have I seen this before? Uh-oh. Third stage, denial. Okay, no prep. Let me just think about this. Let's just, new position. First principles, my queen is under attack. Where do I go? Fourth stage, depression. Man, why didn't I look at this? Why didn't I study this? God damn it. Should have looked at this. And then fifth stage, acceptance. Time to play chess.
Mm-hmm.
So Firouzja, he's between 3 and 4 right now, I can tell.
Boss, can we look at Fabi's game real quick? And I want to ask you a question.
Yes. Let me switch. Fabi. Okay, Fabi, Abasov. Yeah, let me just back it up for all the new viewers. So this was Rossalimo. Fabi, of course, this is very big game for him because he's got white against the 8th seed. And in any tournament, when you got white against the bottom seed, you kind of mandatory to play for a win. So a6, we saw it here. He took. DC is supernatural from black. Knight h4, rook e8.
Okay, so first thing I want to say is I think he would like to play knight e2, but then if knight e2, then I think c4 could be an issue because then your e4 coconut is hanging if you play the knight over. We want to, because that knight on c3 is now a chump. He wants to go over to g3. So knight h4, it's the battle of the f5 business. And now, right away, Fabi just played queen f3.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a lot of questions about this because, I mean, we've seen so many games that look like this, but let's just assume like black played g6 here. Isn't your knight on h4 then just a fool? What would you do?
Yeah, I mean, I think generally white treats this as a concession because you've weakened the dark squares. So, okay, first thought would be bishop g5.
But then bishop e7, we never want to trade off those coconuts.
Bishop e7, yeah. And not sure what the follow-up would be from here. We'd have to think about it. Oh, thank you for the gifted subs, Pepper Chess. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. But I think it's a reasonable question. I mean, G6 is a very typical move for black in the position. Because they got the dark squared bishop, so they can always cover whatever they need.
And one thing I think I understand about the position is we never want to trade off our dark squared bishop. So like that's why bishop g5, no puedo because bishop e7, and bishop h6, no puedo because bishop f8. Right. So I'm interested to see, like, first of all, if g6 doesn't come, then I'll say knight f5. White's got a little bit of an advantage. I just don't know what's going to happen on g6.
But is it really true that white doesn't want to trade the dark squared bishops?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, look at that. That's our beast on c1.
No, it's a good piece. I just I feel like white can still fight for an advantage even after the trades. Like let's say, for example, g6, bishop h6, black goes bishop f8 for argument's sake, white takes, and I don't know, king takes.
Them
There's
blacks doing
weaknesses,
great.
right? Like queen e3.
Oh, I don't see it. No, I think that's a fundamental crime.
Okay. Okay. Well, no, I mean, I don't know. So that's interesting.
But that said, I don't know what to do after G6. That's what, and Fabi does know because he played Queen F3 pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he's still, yeah, he's definitely playing like he knows this plan pretty well. G6.
One move that gives me the heebies would be to play G6 and then G4 in 10. No, I don't. I just don't like it though. I can't do it. It gives me the heaps.
Yeah.
We had a question about why don't they play the French, and Ding played the French in his match, did fine. But yeah, we don't see too many Frenches. Ali Reza will often play the Caro, so we do get some diversity between just your typical C5s and E5s.
Right.
Oh, we got a level 2 complete, Kosik. Explain to me what that means when we get a level 2 complete.
We get a level 2. I don't know. Are we on a hype train? I'm not following the. Is that what's going on?
I think we got hype, dude.
I think we got a hype train because there was like people subbing, and then Twitch likes to hype that up.
Yeah.
I am following the chat, but I don't see like all the fancy Twitch stuff, like the hype train and that kind of thing.
Right. I feel like I've been playing chess long enough to have a clue about what white would do after G6, but I don't. I have no idea what the guy's gonna do on G6.
Yeah, it's clearly it's definitely a move I would be strongly considering here as black.
One thing I think white often does in these structures, right, is plays like A4 to induce A5, and then you play B3 just to put all your pawns on a glorious light squares, and then just kind of slow play it from there,
Mm-hmm.
So that's like one thing to do, but I still like the knight on H4 needs to have some thoughts about his future life and like what it's going to be like when he gets to be an old man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I also got the feeling that if G6 happens, then maybe white like backs the queen up and starts playing for F4.
Maybe that might be what's going on.
Now I don't like queen G3 because then you just get hit with knight H5.
But like imagine G6, Queen E2, that's knight H5 then. It's kind of a pain.
Yeah. So I don't know. I really want Abasov to play G6 so we find out though.
That's right. Sombrero, thank you for the we're at level 3, Kosi. I don't know if I've ever progressed through these levels.
Nice. That's great. Thank you folks for the support. We really do appreciate it. We're doing our best to provide you human commentary on this channel. We have inadvertently become the face of no engine commentary if you check Chess Twitter. We've taken up the role. Apparently we're not the only channel that's doing commentary without engines though. I heard the Lee Chess broadcast is engine free. And I heard other commentators as well are relying on their own thoughts. Which
I had a guy in the when I did the graduate show this morning, he's saying that he's listening to a stream in Portuguese that's not using the computer. So, cool how this is a worldwide event. It's almost like Catholicism. It's everywhere,
Yeah, no, I mean, it's biggest tournament, most important tournament, I think, by far of the year.
It'd be actually G6. Yes, here we go, buddy.
Let's go.
All my chess questions are here to be answered, Fabi.
Show us.
Oh, I'm gonna go look at his face now. Be like, Fabi, break it down for me, bud. Oh, he just played Queen D1 like a cold stone killer. So I think what that indicates is your idea that we induce G6 and then we look to a later F4.
Wait, I don't see Queen D1 yet. Is that on the board?
It's actually, it's funny. I'm seeing it on the live, on his live board. When he's got that, when I'm looking at his boogers, I can also see Queen D1 on the board. So right, it's not on the ChessCom board yet, but it's on his board, his stream board. Yeah. So okay, Kosi, maybe that answers my question enough. I guess, if he needs to, he can play knight f3 to h2 and then f4-2. But the claim is that g6 was worth the loss of a lot of time.
Yes, it's Iris. Thanks for the gifted subs. I just saw. Thank you.
Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, who should we go to next?
Okay, let's see.
Queen e8, by the way, happened. That was kind of like our process of elimination move with Jan and Firouzja. We didn't look at the engine, buddy. We just found it for ourselves.
Firouzja, huh? Queen e8.
It's a little ugly. And on Queen e8, I said, white, it could even be black's move, and we could say that white has compensation for the pawn.
Yeah, I don't know. But okay, Queen e8, actually, that is really logical, right? Because we Queen c8, we didn't like a5 for black. Yeah. But here a5, knight c8 is not such a problem.
Right. Black might intend to play knight c8 to d6 in any case.
Right.
Black's got two terrible knights he's got to fix. And the question for white, honestly, is like, yeah, you got this great position, buddy, but like, well, what's next? What's next?
Yeah.
Maybe f4. Maybe.
Well, this is such a Nepo position, though. I feel like this is really, at least the old Nepo. The new Nepo, he's like very technical and professional. But the old Nepo, I feel like he loved these kinds of positions.
Sparta, of course, we're the best commentary, Yeah. The other reason they don't play the French is they'd have to pay me for the patent, dude. They're cheap. They don't want to pay me my patent. Would you say watching games like this with no engines is a good way for me to learn chess? Yeah, absolutely. It's a good way for me to learn chess, honestly. Like that whole thing. I was asking myself, well, what about G6? What's Fabi going to do? And then, would I be able to play chess this way? Would I trust myself to like bring the queen back to her starting square and just be like, screw it? No, I don't have that kind of confidence level. But I can learn through Fabi doing it. And now I know a little bit more tricks in this Rosalimo thing. It's a very slow position, but that doesn't mean it's not venomous in the Fabi game, Right.
Right.
Now, I just want to say, we don't have to go there yet, but Naka has a very tame position. And unless he could do something right now, it feels like Vidit has just achieved a totally stable position. One of the questions I would really wonder about with Naka, honestly, is like, the guy's streaming all the time. One of the reasons it's hard for me to believe that he can win this tournament is these other guys are cranking out opening ideas all the time. And Hikaru is like sitting talking to 900 rated players about Joe Schmo and Joe Blow. I don't know, So that's kind of where I'm at with that little discussion.
MD Knight, thank you for the bits. Thank you.
Yeah. Dude, we're almost at level 6, dude.
Oh, we're
almost at level 6. We're at 94%.
Let's go.
Let's go, man. This is a great iframe. Well, we got more people watching us than watching Fabi's nose hairs. I can confirm that right now. That's a confirmation, direct.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm looking at the board. The queen is still on f3. But wait, maybe...
But if you
Oh,
look at
it's
Fabi's board,
delayed.
if
That's
you
what's
look
up.
at Fabi's board, you can see it. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm delayed. Okay, never mind.
But it's really weird. Why is the chess.com board not the same as the one that we're able to watch directly?
I still see that queen on f3 for Fabi. I still see him thinking after
Okay, but
g6.
go to the link that you sent me.
That's where I'm at. Yeah.
Oh, I see. And the little board next to Fabi's face, isn't that a queen on D1?
Um, I don't know. I see queen f3 and g6 is the last move.
Oh, wait a second. I'm the idiot. Yeah. You know the best part of this, Kostya? The best part of this. Okay, so let me just tell something hilarious. Okay, I'm going to tell a little story. So the big question to me was, what's going to happen after G6? Okay. So Kostya, go to
Yeah.
that.
Let
You
me.
tell
I'll
this
switch right
hilarious
now.
story.
Yeah.
Okay, so then what happens when you're watching these other YouTube boards, like that are following Fabi's nose hairs, they don't automatically go to the current part of the video. You have to scroll forward on it, right? So I was looking at an earlier position with the queen on D1, and what was my mind able to do? My mind was like, oh, G6, Queen D1 exclam. Queen D1 exclam, that must be Fabi's intention.
Oh, I
And I
believed
was
it.
like, I guess I'm learning something here. That looks weird.
I believed it.
Hilarious. Hilarious. So we still don't have an answer. And honestly, Fabi didn't have an answer too, which is honestly, if you can play Queen F3, you'd hope to have an answer.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna respond to g6 quickly because he already had the plan in mind.
Boss, we're at level 7 now.
I know, I know. Got to give some more shout outs. Thorbitals, thank you for the bits. Cartier Tank, thank you for the
Yeah.
gifted subs. Thank you guys. Yeah, he's still thinking. Yeah, and I was like, I was thinking Queen E2, but I was like, oh, Queen D1. That's keeping the knight open for E2. Like that's brilliant. But now he's in full thought.
I'm glad he's struggling over this because I was like, G6, what are you going to do, boss? What's the idea? And I don't know. I don't know what the idea is after G6.
Hmm. By the way, Prague he's just gone all in against Gukesh.
Right. And we should say, maybe we should pull that up for a second. This is a variation I've been looking at for myself recently. And it is very violent. And I know that the computer, because I did some opening prep on this, the computer kind of likes the black position. But white is going to have the center and kind of vague compensation for this pawn that they've given up. I would much rather be black in this position because the bishop on G2 is actually not friendly with the pawn on E4. The pawn on E4 is in that Catalan bishop's way, and the pawn mass on the queen side can later turn into a dynamic force. So yeah, I'm into this for black, and they're playing it out. But white, boss, white's clearly the one in prep because dude has only used 6 minutes, and Gukesh has spent almost 40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about these pawn sacrifices that black just has like a clear extra pawn, but white still has moves to make, and it's not easy for black to do anything. Especially black has 0 good pawn breaks in the position. Like b4 is always weakening. It's very difficult to get c5 in. And white can just keep building up, like h4. You can just play at some point. You can look for d5 as well. So he's got some ideas, but it's a big risk. It's a big risk because it's material.
Gefilte fish. Thank you, bud. Thank you.
Maybe
One of
knight
the things
a5, knight b3 for black. Yeah.
Knight A5, but I think White's intention is he's just waiting to that knight to move, and then he's going to play Knight E5 once
Right.
Knight A5 happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Coach, would
absolutely.
you say that I'm closer to the Bob Ross of chess or closer to being the David Goggins of chess, too?
It's like saying, are you closer to Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde? I thought the
No,
point
I
is
know.
that,
I've been called both things, and I'm like I have an identity crisis now because I don't know which of those I am.
well, you just have to. I don't know. I guess you got to listen to your inner instincts, and when maybe one comes out, maybe the other comes out.
I don't think it works like that. I think identity is defined by other people for us. I think people think they choose their own identity. It's actually other people choosing our identity. People start treating me like Bob Ross. I'm going to be a different kind of character than I am if people start treating me like David Goggins.
I
That's
see.
going to be a feedback loop.
I feel like when you're doing commentary, you're definitely more Goggins
Uh-huh.
because you'll say stuff, and then when you're, I feel like when you're doing like a YouTube video, then maybe you're
Do a little bit more Bob Ross on that.
more Bob Ross.
Well, we got two pawn sacrifices, but this is not a boring tournament, my friends. This is not like even the Berlins here. We got a crazy position. Oh man.
Yeah.
By the way, I wanted to say yesterday that it was also a big result for Prague, dude. I think him holding his black, he's of all the we got to go to Naka's game right away. Just whatever I was saying, just shut it up.
Vidit.
Shut it
Oh
up.
man. Wow.
And it's all prep too, man. He's Naka was thinking, and dude, Vidit yesterday with Bishop G4, and now he don't care anymore, and he's playing Bishop H3.
Dang. Vidit.
Homeboy don't care, man.
Vidit sees everything.
Now he might see everything, but I'm gonna just go ahead and say I don't see it. So what's going on, man?
He's got a queen G3 in the position. So I think if GH,
Yeah,
I think the idea is like maybe queen C7 or queen D6. But then bishop F4.
maybe Queen B8, so that on Bishop F4 we have Bishop C7.
Okay, queen B8. And then if the knight moves, then you've got queen G3.
That's next level. That's a hell of a move, man.
No, I mean this 3800 chess. And bishop F4, bishop C7, and that's it. We get the piece back.
Actually,
Yeah.
Coach, can you go back to move 8 by black? Just
Yes.
go back to move 8 for a second. So D4 happens, and then this is by the way, this is confirming what I was saying earlier, that I don't know if Naka has the prep chops to win this tournament. So C6, Bishop D3, Bishop B6, and now Naka tanks forever.
Mm-hmm.
It's a known position for Vidit, tanks forever, and he takes the pawn. Now, if Naka does not take on E5, then black plays knight G6, and he is golden.
Right.
He's golden if he gets that knight to G6. So Naka says, okay, I got to do it. Bam! Oh, Bishop H3 bows. Oh, that's hardcore.
Wow. Okay, I gotta see Naka's board now. I gotta see what he's, because okay, I mean, if not bishop H3, it's like what else does black do to get compensation for this pawn? It doesn't. It's hard to even find another idea.
Costa, let's play this out a little bit. So GH,
Yeah.
and the first thing, let's just look at the mundane knight F3 for a second first.
So queen B8, knight F3.
Yeah.
Okay. So check. King H1.
King H1. I
Queen
assume
H3.
Queen H3, knight H2.
And H2.
I think I see the problem. So now we go bishop C7.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Slow. Wait. Actually, I want to slow it down. So Bishop c7, f4 could happen. So maybe we first play rook ad8.
Yeah, rook ad8 is a move. Knight h5 seems like a move. The knight h5 will always allow queen g4. Yeah, rook ad8
He's just crispy critters there, isn't he?
just looks bad for white. Yes.
Wow, dude. Okay. So
And then if king g1, does black have anything more than a draw?
you would think,
It does
because
look super annoying, yeah.
both the moves knight g4 and rook ad8 both look great. Even knight g6, we're just bringing all our coconuts to the party.
So Naka's not taking on h3. He's just going to go like knight f3 or something.
But I think he's worse then. Okay, so he plays knight c4.
Knight
it
c4,
happened.
yeah.
He's trying to bail out. Bishop g4 would be the first question. Naka might be suffering a little bit here, my friends.
You really think white is worse here?
I don't know. Well, he's definitely Let's just start before I even try to assess this position. We're going to say he's definitely worse on a practical level.
Mm-hmm.
He's down 40 minutes, and there is definite long-term play against white's king.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, bishop g4 is the default move here.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking maybe queen c2. And then an easy default move for black again is like knight g6, but you've got other things you could do too. Oh yeah, no, I definitely like black.
Nice. Go Vidit.
Well, I put Vidit, dude. I put him at number 7 in our draft.
I know.
Oh, boss, you know what? Here's the sad thing for me. I got to go just a little bit, and I'm pissed. I don't want to go. I want to stay here. This is amazing. But my intention is to come back.
That's fine. I'll hold down the fort.
You hold down the fort. And I just want to give like quick like assessments. I'd rather be black in Prague Gukesh, but that's another thing where Prague knows the position and Gukesh doesn't. Hikaru, buddy, I'm rooting for you, but I think you got outplayed in prep time. He's going through the 5 stages of grief that you were talking about, Kosu. And dude, Nepo just played h4 like a madman, like someone who doesn't care about
I saw
anything.
that. Yeah, h4.
And interestingly, Fabi played bishop g5, bishop e7, queen e3. And my whole thing in this position, my like chump GM understanding is that we do not want to trade dark square bishops. So that position, my sense has always been like knight h5, not a great situation for white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Fabi's got anything after knight h5. Doesn't look good after knight h5. I'd rather be black. Okay, I got to run, my man. I'm going to try to come back. Oh, this is fun. This is fun, dude. We're going to do this all the time.
Okay, great. See you
All
soon,
right,
Jesse.
see you soon.
Okay, folks, quick break. Let me reset the camera. BRB. All right. And we're back. Okay, gonna fly solo for a bit. I think David said he was gonna be around some point like 4 Eastern, so maybe we might see him in like 20 minutes. Okay, hopefully my voice holds up. My voice has been very shaky last couple of days, but we'll take it easy. This is the candidates. We're gonna relax, take our time, watch these games. If there are particular games you guys want me to check out, just let me know. I'm following the Twitch chat, YouTube chat. We can watch all the games. Did we see Vidit's Bishop H3? Yeah, we saw Vidit's Bishop H. We saw. But he's thinking now. So to me, that means Knight C4. This was not in Vidit's prep, which could be bad news for Naka. Because, for example, sometimes when you prepare something, let's say in Vidit's mind, he knows Bishop takes H3, Black is at least equal there after, I don't know, GH3, and after Knight F3, it's equal. I don't know, for example. But then Knight C4 is played, and he's like, oh, the engine wasn't giving this move. So he might think he's better now. He should be fighting for an advantage. So it's a very interesting moment. And it could be a big chance for Vidit. Big advantage on the clock. Possible advantage on the board. Jesse definitely liked Black's position, which I can understand because White's king here is going to be weak. Bishop on D3 a little bit shaky. Also, Black is up in development too. So it could be a big chance for Vidit. Vidit also had chances yesterday, as he was definitely better against Gukesh. But okay, kind of let Gukesh escape a bit, I thought. All right, let's go around the horn. So we got this game. So yeah, Naka here definitely under some pressure, but right now Vidit's move. Abasov, yeah, Knight H5 played, as we were expecting, and Fabi thinking. Couple options here for White. One is Knight F3 to defend the bishop, one is trading. Other than these two moves, I don't think White has anything else because bishop is hanging, knight is hanging. So either we trade or we defend. And actually Knight F3, I'm not sure I love because then Black could play F6, and this is often a useful inclusion for Black. It's not clear where White's bishop should go, like Bishop H6, for example. A lot of times the knight comes back like Knight G7, Knight E6, Knight D4, and Black is often very comfortable in this structure. And if White's not careful, some G5 also might be on the cards. So to me, it feels like in this game, bishop takes E7, followed by Knight F3. Seems like, but I remember seeing some games like this, like take, let's say Knight F3, F6. Not this exact position, but a very similar structure. And then Black even considers ideas like Queen G7, G5, Knight F4, and starts playing on the king side. It can be very unpleasant for White, actually. Okay, takes on the board. And other than Knight F3, no, there's no move. So Knight F3 played. And yeah, I've played a bit of Rossalimo, folks. I've seen some games. My instinct here, okay, human instinct, F6. F6, G5, playing on the king side. The thing about these positions, like, okay, Black's pawns are doubled here, which looks a little funny, but the nice thing for Black is that they have really good control over the center. And when you control the center, that's what gives you the right and the power to start playing on the king side. Because normally if your opponent starts playing f6, g5, if you can break with d4, you can punish them. But d4 here is very difficult to achieve for white. Even if they go knight e2, c3, d4, okay, first of all, it takes time. But second of all, even if white does play d4, then you allow black to trade off their double pawns. You open up the position for the bishop. So it's not always clear if this c3, d4 is a plan. Okay, another idea would be knight a4. Now this knight a4 actually is very clever, because normally in these positions black's pawn would be on a7, and then they go b6, it's not a problem. But with the pawn on a6, well, knight a4 is a problem, because you're targeting these weaknesses. So right now black actually has a move to figure out what to do about this one, because yeah, I would say this is probably white's main idea. So f6 actually I think is a little bit slow in view of this knight a4. So another option would be knight f4, for example, so that you can bring the knight to e6. But then that's going to hang the e pawn, right? Can we make this work? Let me just check here. Here takes, and I don't see the point here for black. So, okay, yeah, this is what Abasov is thinking about. This knight a4, I think actually, folks, is a real threat. Bishop e6, someone asked about. Knight a4, c4, I think runs into knight b6. The double attack. So here and here. So let's see what we can figure out. And if black starts with b6, this is possible, but the thing is there's still weaknesses here for white to deal with. So you can consider knight a4, you can consider b4. Like in the future, this would be the plan, like rook b1 and b4. So, but this is possible. This is possible because if you go a5 for black, then like that would be pretty solid. Like rook b1, black goes a5 and kind of shuts down all the play. So b6 to me seems quite playable. b5 on the other hand, I know some of you guys are asking about this one. b5 I like less because then this one is a weakness forever. And I would think even white maybe plays a move like b3, and it's unpleasant to have to hang on to this one the whole time. It's not clear how white attacks it further, but still it's, you know, white can move the knight, maybe go c4 somewhere, a4 is another idea. And I think black would be under pressure. Okay, but that's what's happening here. Okay, b6 on the board. Yeah, this felt like the most solid after some thoughts. All right, we'll come back to this one. Jesse said he thought black is totally fine. He might be right. I've played these positions for black, and I'm always suffering. So I'm maybe a little bit biased against. But on the other hand, if black gets f6, g5, then I'm definitely starting to like black's chances here. Okay, let's jump to all the games are actually fascinating, right? I mean, like Nepo's game is interesting. Prag's game is completely exploded. Let's take a look at this one, because this is like this is entering holy shit territory. That's what's happening here. D5 takes E5. There's 2 pawns down now. Knight E8, and now E6. So Pragg is just like losing his mind. He's like, I don't believe in pawns anymore. He's like, take all my pawns. Wow. Oh boy. So okay, what's the idea? Let's start trying to figure this out. He is trying to encourage black to take this one as well, because then he can get a target with bishop h3, knight d4. If these pieces land on e6, black is going to have huge troubles. The thing is, once you give up 3 pawns, and this is something that happens a lot in Catalan positions, folks, so do not be surprised if we see something like this here. But what often happens in these Catalan positions when white has already given up 3 pawns is at some point black can just give a piece. Like black can just give a full piece and still have like 3 pawns for the piece and be totally fine. And it often happens. In fact, a lot of times, like if black finds a clever way to give the piece and like kind of squelch white's initiative, then these pawns they just start rolling. You know, I mean, if black gets c5, d4 in, you know, white can easily just be lost. And a lot of times that's like the only way to kind of fend off the initiative. Now, what's going for Pragg? Let's put the live position. So e6 is on the board. Gukesh hasn't taken it because he doesn't have to take necessarily. I mean, he's 2 pawns up. He has lots of moves like knight f6 available, bishop f6, knight. I mean, there's like a million moves you can consider here. So yeah, my feeling is that he's gonna tank. But this is absolutely fascinating position. I mean, this is really like Pragg going absolutely all in here. Folks, this is the candidates, dude. The candidates are always like this. It's always like crazy games, nerves, tension. It's not like your regular super tournament, you know, like your Sinkfield Cup or some Norway Chess, something like that. Because it's not like you got 10 players, they're all 2780. First place gets $50,000, last place gets like $10,000. You know, they just have to show up, they'll make some money. Those are the candidates, you know, it's like first place is the most important. It's such a big prize for first. The tournament has tons of mismatches. You know, obviously, you have the high-rated players, you have the lower-rated players, and when that happens, is you get the players. They start to play for a win against each other because they try to fight. You know, they try to fight for the ultimate prize. So they take risks. When you take risks as white, you sometimes lose as white, and then black starts winning games, and you got tons of decisive games, and all of a sudden, it's you just have a whole brouhaha on your hands. And yeah, we talked about this in the podcast a little bit. Compared to previous candidates tournaments, you know, a lot of times you win the candidates, and what's your prize? You get to face Magnus. That's your prize. You get beat down by Magnus on the world stage. Here, you win the candidates, you have a very decent shot at winning the world championship. Very decent. In fact, I said this earlier, but I think any player that wins the candidates becomes a favorite against the current Ding Liren. Now, maybe Ding Liren figures his stuff out and comes back and achieves his full form. You know, the 2800 Ding Liren that we've known in the past. But if that doesn't happen, which it hasn't happened yet, then whoever's winning this tournament to me looks like a solid favorite. Solid favorite. So, yeah, it's a lot of pressure on these guys. But yeah, Gukesh still thinking. Let me see. Can we find? Let me find his camera. Let's see the kids. Yeah, he's just sitting there, studying the position. Pragg not at the board. Firouzja also walking around. Yeah. Well, we'll come back to this one. I mean, this is like. This game is clearly going to be very, very sharp. Yeah, would I say Abasov would also be a favorite against the current Ding? Well, not like if they played a match right now, but if Abasov shows the level needed to win a tournament of this caliber, then the Abasov after this tournament, yeah, I think he's a favorite against Ding. What might even happen in this game? Yeah, good question. Well, moves that I would be considering for black. Number one, knight f6. I'm not a greedy guy. I'm not trying to like take as much material as possible unless I have to. So if I have to, I have to. Then we take. But with two pawns up, you know, my first instinct is like, let me just get my pieces out, and what's the problem, right? Like, let me go knight f6. I'm two pawns up. I don't need more. Let me just get all my pieces into the game. You know, knight b3 at some point. This knight can come back to c5. You know, if this knight is able to reach d3, e4, black is just going to be two pawns up for nothing. So white, of course, has to continue very actively. So yeah, one move that comes to mind is knight g5. One move is ef7. Would I play knight f6 on principle, or are there key lines you'd be checking? I wouldn't play any move on principle because this is a sharp position. So you'd really have to calculate, you have to analyze the situation. Now, I'm not like the greatest analytical thinker of all time, but you have to at least try, right? So I would be thinking like knight f6, what's the worst that white can do? Maybe knight to g5 I would be afraid of. What am I going to do on knight to g5? I would definitely consider ideas like just sacrificing the exchange just to get, you know, my pieces out. So let's say something like this, I would consider, right? Like take, rook takes. Because if white's initiative runs out and black starts pushing c5, d4, black just gets tremendous compensation. My opinion. But this is really tough. Yeah, I know there was queen d6, bishop f4. I was just saying, like, for example, like I'm looking for a way to give some material back and ease my situation. But okay, the analysis continues, right? So I keep calculating. So maybe knight f8 is good, but then bishop f4, maybe I don't like this one, right? So then, well, you got to go back and like, okay, queen d6, maybe not queen d6. But on queen d7, I didn't like bishop h3. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I like any of this for black, right? So then I'd go back and I'm like, okay, maybe I don't take on e6, but then what do I do? But if I don't have a move here, then maybe knight f6 is not the way to go. Let's think about this one for a sec. What's the follow-up for white? Guess you gotta start with bishop h3 and trying to take and take. Knight d4 also move. Yeah, not easy. It's not easy. Yeah. And of course, e6 is still on the board. So Gukesh, he's still thinking here. He's probably wondering, you know, what's going to happen if he just takes this pawn. What's going to happen? So knight d4. What will happen? Yeah, e5 I think is not a problem because white will just hop in with knight e6. And on d4, black isn't really threatening to take anything. Also, the queen is hanging, so d4 is just, yeah, not in time. So like queen d6. Thing is, takes. If black could just get one move here to play c6, then black's position is beautiful, but they don't get there in time. So here, why would be winning? Because here black wouldn't have enough for the exchange. White's pieces open up, and white is doing really well. So let's go back. Okay, yeah, we'll come back to this one. Long story short, I believe in black's position, but I don't love it. I wouldn't want to be in Gukesh's shoes right now. I think he'll be able to handle himself just fine. He's a big kid, but I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. I gotta say. Yeah, there's also the prep question. Actually, this is a very interesting question because Pragg has an hour and 50 minutes on the clock, and he has spent no time in this game. So it is definitely not out of the question that Pragg he's in full-on Svidler prep, you know? Yeah, I don't think this is like the kind of thing where, you know, you hire Peter Svidler as your second, you've been working with him since 2023, and he's like, you know what, just bluff him. Just bluff the dude. just give it one pawn. I can see Svidler doing this, right? I can see Svidler, you know, his own game, his tournament, he wants to take a risk, start sacrificing pawns. You know, he's like enjoying chess now. I could see him doing this, right? But I don't see him suggesting like such a crazy approach to Pragg without having some really solid prep to back it up. Chat saying this game's already been played. Oh yeah, help me out here. What's the database story on this one? Have there been games in this position, or what are we looking at? There's one ICCF game here, which black won. Okay, ICCF means correspondence. So that means this could be some deep engine stuff. Yeah, I would say chances that Pragg is in prep here are I'd go like 80% he's still in prep. Maybe 85%. But okay, fascinating position. Absolutely fascinating. Let me check on the Nepo game because it's been a while. I mean, all the games I think are getting updates, but we're just gonna do our best. Okay, h4 played. Knight c8. Nepo goes h5. Now Nepo, in the meantime, he started spending time because he had almost an hour 50, but now he's down to under an hour 30. So he started spending time. He goes h4, h5. Clearly, this is the plan he kind of believes in here. So next, the pawn might go to h6. He might be looking at this g5 square. And another position where maybe black is fine. Black is a pawn up. Maybe black even has an advantage according to the computer. I really don't know. But practically speaking, yeah, difficult to play for black here. Okay, someone was asking about a picture for David and Jesse. Yeah, do you guys want me to put a little placeholder here? Let me see what I can do. A one-man show. So you guys will have to bear with me a bit. I don't have a ton of not made out of time here to just do all kinds of stuff. I got an idea. Thank you for following. Yeah, Jesse was around. He said he'll be back. David, I think, also said he would be around at sometime around now. It's Friday, so David is at he goes to the chess club on Fridays. It's his one chess club night. So I assume that's what he's doing today. But maybe he'll be back after that's done. Because he's in Europa, guys. He's in Europe. And it's later there. Like here, it's 3 p.m. in St. Louis. In Toronto, where they're playing, it's 4 p.m. And for David, it's like 10 p.m. It's late. $10 p.m. Exactly. Whew. Okay, so Firouzja, he's tanking after h5. Okay, folks, let me quickly switch over to the women's games because I don't think we've really seen any positions from there. Just give me a sec. Oh, actually, I'm gonna need more than a sec because I'm not ready with the bird's eye view. But just give me a sec with the bird's eye. All right. Duplicate candidates. One. This. This. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Women's games. So, a couple big matchups here. Got Goryachkina and Muzachuk. This to me, this is the most important game of the round because this one, it's more than just about the chess, unfortunately. But other interesting matchups, we got Tan Zhongyi. She's leading the tournament. She was the only winner yesterday. She defeated her fellow Chinese Grandmaster Lei Tingjie. And she's playing Vaishali, the junior, arguably the most exciting player in the women's field, just because she's the youngest and very, very promising talent. But we also got Salamova. She's playing against Lei. And then, okay, we got the battle of the veterans, Katarina Logno against Humpy Conero. Okay, how about this? Pop quiz. Pop quiz for you chat. How many of these players have I played in an official classical game? And which ones? Which ones? Classical game. I'll let y'all think about that. I did mention one yesterday. Yeah, so if you're around yesterday, then then you know one of the names. Just the women's. Because on the other candidates, it's it's a 0. I haven't played anyone in classical. Now in Blitz, I've played a lot of the guys. Yeah, in Blitz, I think I've played 5, as far as I know. I definitely played Fabi, Firouzja, Naka, Vidit, and Nepo. All online. Fabi, I played OTB a couple times. Fabi's the only one I played OTB. But online, those 5. Fabi, Firouzja, Naka, Vidit, Nepo. All losses. all losses. 0 out of whatever it may be. Have I not played Naka in St. Louis? No, Naka doesn't. He doesn't live in St. Louis anymore, so he's not around. He's not around. No, Naka, I played him at least once in a real game. I mean, like online. It was like Arena Kings or something, online game. But I think at least once. Maybe it was only 960. I don't know. St. Louis area, very political in general. What do you mean by political? Because I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Okay, now looking at the games here. Actually, the Gukesh game is quite an interesting it's quite an interesting position. So yeah, let's jump to this Gukesh Musicchuk game, because I feel like that's the one to follow. At least for now. We can always switch over. Let me just drop back and see what was the opening here. Slav exchange. Solid, but always considered a serious attempt for white. It depends on how white plays it. You can play it super solidly. You can also play it extremely aggressively as well. So 95, I think this is a more aggressive approach, especially DE. So Gukesh 100% trying to use her white. E4. And okay, pawn sacrifice, huh? So what's the idea of this pawn sac? The point is to open up the D file, and white is arguing that on the queen side, black is going to be missing the light squared bishop. You put this bishop on c8, I think white actually has very little here. Black just goes a6. But the bishop on f5, it's missing. It's missing to defend a lot of these squares. So they went for this endgame. And now knight a4, rook b8, so getting out of knight b6, and here it's Gurechkina's turn. So black is a pawn up, but yeah, having to suffer a lot of questions here, because the bishop on f5 is locked out, and it's not clear if black will be in time to get the rook out, because white is ready to go rook to d1 check, and so on. Interestingly, Musicchuk didn't take the opportunity to go bishop b4 check last move. I'm not sure why exactly, but this was definitely an option that she ignored or decided against, because king e2, maybe she didn't like that white's rooks start coming in. Okay, so that's the live board. Oh, there's a question whether we talk politics in St. Louis. Okay, well, do you mean like U.S. politics or you mean like chess politics? We definitely talk a lot of chess politics. That's for sure. Definitely a lot of basically anything that gets discussed on chess Twitter also gets discussed in St. Louis. That's how it works. Um, oh, U.S. politics. Yeah, yeah, occasionally. I mean, I wouldn't say it's specific to St. Louis necessarily, but yeah, the people I run with, we'll talk some politics sometimes. Yeah, but not super. It's not super um, typical. Okay, let's see. Um, no, they're all good, chess lover, all good. Folks, do bear with me. So I know I'm probably missing a lot of chat messages, and I can't respond to everyone, but try to do my best. Okay, the answer to the pop quiz. Who have I played to the in the women's candidates? The answer was two players. I played Tan Zhongyi, which I mentioned yesterday, and I've also faced Humpy Conero. Both I played in the Gibraltar Open. I think in different years. Yes, in different years. There was one year I played Gibraltar where I faced three really strong female players. I played against Grandmaster Bella Kotanashvili from Georgia. I played Valentina Gunina from Russia, who's incredibly strong, like world blitz champion, I think, right now. And I played Tan Zhongyi in that tournament. And I think I lost all three games. it was tough. I almost got an IM norm that event anyway, but okay, it was yeah, strong field. And then I think I played Humpy Conero the next year, and she walloped me. That was painful. It was a King's Indian. I still remember. She wrecked my structure. I tried to get some counterplay. She didn't allow it, and yeah, it was pretty instructive. Pretty instructive game overall. But yeah, Tan Zhongyi is very very strong. And her game yesterday, I thought was quite high level. So it's yeah, no joke that she's here. Okay, Rook B8. Yeah, White's still thinking here. White's still thinking here. I mean, castles is natural. The other castles is also natural. I gotta think we're gonna see one of these two moves. I mean, queenside castling looks very natural here. Oh, shoot. Okay, 1 second. 1 second, folks. We lost. We lost the zoom. Let's give it back. Let's get it back. There we go. Actually, let me get the zoom back another time. Do I think the top women ratings are a bit artificially low since they mostly play each other? I was thinking about this. and I think that's reasonable. I don't really know. It's hard to say, but that's often what happens if you have a group of players that kind of play against each other, and then they maybe improve, but there's not enough players to not enough players for someone to really gain point. Because we saw recently, like Ju and June did like amazing in Waikanze. Like she definitely like performed really really well. So the question is like, oh, is she even stronger than 2600? Because when you're the top, then it's very hard to gain rating if you're only playing like lower rated players and they're making draws. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Okay. Let's see. Other games. What's going on? Okay, wait. Is this one? So yeah, Sasha here, she's still thinking. But feels like she's got at least some pressure. She's pawned down, so she's gonna have to prove it. Oh, actually, let me refresh and get our nice wooden board. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, who else we got? Tan Zhongyi, the leader. Let me just quickly go through the games, and then we'll go back to the other candidates. So night before. So this is a pretty classic structure. This is known as like Caro Exchange, or you can say Carlsbad, reverse Carlsbad. Basically, both sides have their knights, and at first glance, I like White's position here quite a bit, because if Black isn't able to get anything going on the queen side, then yeah, White is often pretty happy here on the king side. F3, the queen can come, got rook e3, so definitely some serious attacking opportunities. Folks, I apologize. I can't really tackle any chess improvement questions right now. We just have way too many games to look at, and it's the candidates. So I would encourage you to check out the Chess Dojo YouTube channel for lots of instructive content that will answer all of your existing questions. Believe me, guys, any questions you have on chess improvement have been asked and answered many times on our YouTube channel. Check out our shorts, check out our vids. I guarantee you there is something there for everyone. I should also note, folks, we have got a training program here at the dojo, and during the candidates, we are running a special. So if you go to the dojo training program, dojoscoreboard.com, and you sign up, you can get 20% off using the code candidates. Candidates. So use the code candidates. All caps, all capitalized. You can get 20% off when you sign up for the dojo training program. That's only if you want to get better at chess, okay? I'm not saying everyone has to try and get better at chess. If you're interested and you want to learn, from the people that brought you the best no-engine commentary you've ever seen, do check out the dojo training program. It's a complete training plan. You get access to a community that supports you. You get to follow the plan. You get told exactly what to do, what to study, how many games to play, how to annotate them, how to review them, how to work through books. You get a bunch of material, sparring positions, basically everything you need to improve. Pleased to say, Dojo Training Program has already been responsible for well over 100,000 rating points gained collectively throughout the program. Which is amazing. Okay, so this one, I like whites. Let me go to this one, Salimova, Now, Salimova is actually the youngest. Someone correct me. Salimova is the youngest player in the tournament, not Vaishali. I'm used to Vaishali because I've known Vaishali for like many years. I remember her being just as young as Prague, and everyone knew she was going to be a superstar. So I was kind of thinking she's the unknown. Salimova is actually the youngest. She has this endgame against Lei Tingzhe. This one feels very, very drawish, but all the pieces still on the board. Finally, we have Logno against Humpy Koneru, and this one is pretty complicated. The code is candidates. Actually, apparently it's not case sensitive, so it can be lowercase, uppercase, or you can do that thing where you're like mocking someone where like the first letter is lowercase, second letter is uppercase, and you just like you you just switch back and forth. You guys know what I'm talking about. Anyway, use the code candidates, get 20% off the dojo training program if you go to dojoscoreboard.com. Okay, let me switch back to the FIDE candidates here, and holy smokes, h6 g5 on the board. By the way, we have David coming back. No, he's going to be back in a little bit. Dave will be around at the top of the hour. Perfect. Okay. Well, this game is just exploded. Let me quickly. I do want to check out the bird's eye view. All right. So here are all the games in the candidates. Here's what we got right now. So we see Gukesh. He went f5. 95, knight f6. And Prague has already started spending some time. Vidit did go bishop g4. Naka went queen c2. And Abasov, he went b6, and then he went b5, and he also played f6. Interesting. Yeah, this Nepo game is the game of the round so far. Well, I don't know. I mean, the Prague game is also... yeah, both of these games are fascinating. Insane. Absolutely insane. Actually, let me refresh the page here. And scroll down a bit. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, I can't take my eyes off this Nepo game, I'll be honest with you guys. I mean, this is like, what a position. I mean, what a position. Would I take white or black in the Prague game? No, thank you. That's my response. It's hard to say. Generally, like, I like to be the side that's sacrificing material. So my instinct would be like, okay, Prague, I'll take white's position, but I'm not sure I fully believe in what he's doing, nor would I know how to follow up properly. So it's really hard to say. I feel like I would be more comfortable as black in that one, honestly. Yeah, does Firouzja want f5 next? That's very possible. It's very, very possible. Let's look at the Firouzja. I mean, this is just like, what a position. Okay, let's take a look. So first things first, you can't take, I guess, because of rook g8 stuff. And you're gonna lose material, it seems. Maybe take first, and then rook g8 also is possible. And then this one I'm not really afraid of because we're taking this with check and then the queen will just move. So you can't take. Yeah, let me go back for anyone that missed the game. Of course, we were looking at the game earlier, but let's recap. This was Ruy Lopez, Berlin. That goes into a structure that's very representative of the Italian game. And we were watching. So Nepo, he had all this prepared. Queen a2 allows Firouzja to take on f3. Even take this. So this is all preparation around here. Firouzja started thinking and gets his queen out, queen e8, and now Nepo just plays for the attack. h4, h5, h6. And like the obvious move here would have been g6, right? That most people would play. I'm not sure what the follow-up is here, but moves like bishop g5 definitely come to mind. But with g5, Firouzja prevents bishop takes g5. At least he's arguing that you can't do it. Now maybe Nepo will end up doing it anyway because he calculates something, but yeah, clearly he's going to spend some time here. Okay. Thank you for subscribing, Mista Masta. Okay, you guys are talking about king f1. King f1 would try to take the pawn, but yeah, I would be concerned about f5, queen h5. Because like if we take, for example, queen h5, I would be very concerned for white's king here, right? This looks scary. So I don't know. Suggestion also for rook to g1, which definitely seems reasonable because that would kind of support taking on g5. Whew. Crazy position. Honestly, wild. Wild. What I like about, I would even consider rook h1 actually, because for me, I feel like white needs to get this rook over here. He needs to pull, a rook athletic greens 1. That's what white needs in this position. If he can get rook athletic greens 1, he's golden. But it takes a couple moves. First, you need rook h1, then you need like bishop e3, and then you're finally ready for the rook ag1. Takes some time. It takes some time. What about bishop b2? This would be another way to play, to try to like open up the bishop on this diagonal. At this point, I would believe anything that Nepo plays because it's just such a wild position. Like my first thing is like, okay, queen on a2 looks weird, but whatever. You can just get the queen back in anyway at some point. So maybe the bishop goes to b2. Yeah, it's chaotic. It's a chaotic situation. Yeah, I mean, come on, we're not. If we had what do you mean if we had cameras? How are we gonna get cameras? By the way, folks, we do have cameras. We do. All right. If you would like to see, here's how it works. You guys are watching on your computers, presumably. Probably not. Actually, no. Most people on Twitch, YouTube, you guys are watching on your phone, on your TV. No one's watching on it. If you're watching on the computer, then what you do is you can open up a link next to, you can open up a separate window, right? Maybe, oh, tablet. Tablet might have this functionality as well. Are you allowed to have multiple windows open on a tablet, or you got to be doing like one thing? If you can do multiple windows, whether you're on a computer or tablet, you open up this stream, you open up the cameras next to it. If you're on your phone, okay, you're going to need a second device. So use your phone to watch the stream, use your other phone to watch the camera. And then we can just imagine that it's part of our stream. Now we can't put it out because I mean, I don't know if anyone will notice, but it's not nice. You know, they spend a lot of money, they got the rights to the footage. It's not nice for us to just take and steal it. But you guys, hey, you guys are allowed to open it up and pretend like it's right next to it. So I'll let you guys figure out how you want to achieve that. But yeah, you can definitely get access to all the player cams. Flying Viking, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, I don't think FIDE would be happy if we just took their cameras. You know, they are providing it. Okay. Oh, where do I think Nepo's prep ended? Yeah, that's an interesting question. Let's see. He started spending time only on h5. So up until this moment, Nepo basically spent no time on his moves. So my guess is h4, knight c8. This is the exact moment. So he plays h5 because that's okay, natural follow-up to his play. He played h6 and now g5. I think Nepo's been taking here for quite some time. Yeah, he already spent 12 minutes on h5. So I think somewhere around here for sure. And he's still thinking. Okay, let's check out another game. So the Prague game was also crazy. Naka game is also heating up. Oh boy. Okay, Prague game. E6, F5 was played. Yeah, F5 actually, we didn't talk about this one, but definitely like a thematic reaction to not give white this E6 square and kind of fight for some extra space. It also shuts down the bishop. But on the other hand, white gets to keep this pawn for a very long time. So Prague played knight e5. And after knight f6, so he played knight e5 quickly. So Prague is now starting to run time, but he's only started thinking at this exact moment after knight f6. So we can safely say Prague is out of book and trying to figure out how to continue here. He's 2 pawns down. He's got tons of compensation. My first question would be what happens on knight f7. I would probably think black can just take. And and yeah, just enjoy the 3 pawns for the exchange. I would think black is very, very comfortable here. So I don't think we're going to see knight f7. What I would expect is something like either bishop to g5, rook e1, basically any move that's kind of supporting white's play on the e-file. That would be kind of my my instinct here for white. What are the chances we'll get a decisive game? 100%. The positions are just too crazy. I mean, we got this one. We got Naka Vidit. Like, what's happening here? Okay, bishop g4, e5. Giving Naka this pawn. But the idea is that he's going to win this one back because white needs to spend a tempo here to save his bishop, avoid it from getting trapped with g6. So he has to kind of pull back somehow, and then black can win the pawn back. But this one's starting to look a little bit less chaotic than the other positions, because if Vidit takes here, I mean, we just get some kind of like very symmetrical situation where it's hard to see either side really having anything here. Just the pieces come out, they all get traded. In a symmetrical position, guys, this is going to be very instructive, so please pay attention, okay? Instructive moments. In symmetrical positions, meaning the pawn structure, where the pawns show some symmetry, it doesn't have to be exactly symmetrical like it is here, but we can see all the pawns are lined up. No one has any specific special weaknesses. The main advantage that you can play for here is piece activity in a symmetrical position. But if neither side is ahead in activity, then generally that means the position is very balanced. And that often means that a lot of stuff is going to get traded off very quickly, in particular on the open files. So yeah, this one I feel like Naka is maybe getting out, because we were thinking he was a bit in trouble. Yeah, for those that missed it, so Vidit he threw out this bomb, bishop takes h3, and I think Jesse spotted it. The point after gh was queen b8. I spotted this idea, but then Jesse realized queen b8 would be the way to go, so that you can meet bishop f4 with bishop c7 and get your piece back. And otherwise, if the knight moves, then queen g3 comes, and yeah, to our eyes that looked extremely dangerous for white, because queen g3, rook a d8, and so on. So Naka, of course, yeah, did not want to walk into that and goes for something more solid, aka trying to shut it down. But this is the live position here. So Naka is still, he hasn't pulled his bishop back yet, and I'm wondering what other move he has other than bishop e4. Not immediately apparent. Okay, Nepo, and then yeah, let me check in with the FIDE game, because this one has had, oh yeah, we've had a lot of developments here. All right, this was the Rossolimo. We left it off here. And it's funny, I mean, for game one, Vidit goes bishop g4 against Gukesh, right? Fascinating move. Game two, bishop takes h3. What's next? Bishop I2? It has to be, right? I mean, that's how patterns work. He played bishop g4 in one game. Bishop takes h3 in the second game. So tomorrow, Vidit's just going to throw his bishop off the board. I mean, that's what he's doing. I mean, it's weird they gave Vidit black in all of his games in the tournament. But hey, if he keeps playing like this, I don't think he's gonna mind. Okay. So a3 from Fabi. And now b5. So that's weird. b6, a3, and then b5. Does anyone understand this? Because honestly, I don't. And I want real explanations only. Not like, oh, he accidentally played b6, he meant to play b5. So no. Like real, like a chess explanation. Why would you go b6 and then after a3, like intending like b4 stuff, you go b5? Like how is... That's odd. A3 doesn't prevent anything. The idea of A3 is to play B4 and put pressure on Black's queen side. So B5, I mean, I presume has to be something against this this B4 move. I mean, now, okay, B4 I think doesn't seem to work because Black could just take. But yeah, it's very curious he played B6 and then b5. I'll ask David. Will figure it out. David will understand. So b5, knight e2 from Fabi, f6, knight d2, bishop e6, and now f4. Now on knight d2, I just want to say Black could have played g5, and a lesser player such as myself would have considered this very strongly, because it stops white from playing f4 and knight can come in. But Abasov, okay, he decides against, allows f4. Knight takes f4. Knight takes f4. Rook a d8, and it's Fabi's turn in this position. This is kind of a classic Rossolimo situation, like knight versus bishop. This structure is very typical where white has gone f4. Like this is a super common. Optically, I like white here. I think, and I think this is exactly the type of position Fabi does really well in. Before the match against Carlsen, where obviously they had a lot of these types of positions, because Magnus was playing the same opening against him. I remember Fabi had some nice wins against like Gelfand, maybe some other players as well. And Gelfand is like a fantastic Rossolimo player, like tons of experience. I remember Fabi just like beating down on him. So Fabi has tons and tons of experience in these positions with both colors. And perhaps Abasov does as well, but yeah, to me, I think Fabi got exactly what he could kind of hope for from this game so far. So this seems like a good chance for him. Now, am I rooting for Fabi? Yes. Do I think he deserves another chance at the World Championship? Yes. Sorry, there was more to this. There was more to this, but I forgot where I was going. But that doesn't mean he's gonna win this game easily. I mean, Nijat is obviously an incredibly strong player, and he's not gonna go down without a fight. But it feels pleasant for white. You got the rook AF1, athletic field 1. You got pressure here. At some point, white can go knight f3. At some point, you got to watch out for g5. Maybe the rook drops back to f2. Then knight comes to f3. Maybe some g4. King h2 ideas. Followed by building up. Whoops. h4, h5, and so on. So, yeah, I'm definitely liking white's chances here. Rook Air Force One. Love it. Love it. Soon we won't be able to name any rook moves without thinking about something else. Oh. All right, let me go back to let's go to Nepo, because this position, I mean, is just so chaotic. So g5, Nepo went queen d2. Queen d2. Yeah, not a move I would like even consider. Queen d2 and now knight d6. Queen d2 is wild. I guess the intention was f5, knight takes g5. Folks, if you're interested, Dojo training program, use the code candidates, get 20% off when you sign up. If you would like to join what many people have said is the best chess training program out there for the price of, what was the price again? Yeah, it's like 30 cents a day, guys. 30 cents a day for the full year. Get access to a training plan, tons of material, community to support your goals. You can track your work, your books. Again, it's only if you want to improve your chess. Not everyone has to improve your chess. You know, maybe you're just here for fun. That's totally fine. But if you're interested and you don't have a lot of training partners and you want to be supported with a like-minded community, then definitely check it out. Also, you can try the program for free. If you go to dojoscoreboard.com, you can create a free account. You can see what it's like. And then if you like it, then you can sign up, get the 20% off with the candidates code. But you can try it for absolutely free. You don't need like a credit card or anything. You just need an email address. You sign up. You can see what it's like. Choose a rating group. See what the plan is like. See if this is something that you can jive with. I honestly see it as like a fitness app, but for chess, like where you get your plan, you can follow, you can track your goals, all this stuff, and yeah, have like a little dashboard, right, that can support your chess improvement. Definitely try it for free if you guys are at all interested, and then if you don't like it, then yeah, no sweat off your back. Chess CrossFit, exactly. And yeah, you join the program, you start annotating some games. One day, Jesse might review some of your games on stream as well. Okay, so yeah, Queen D2, Knight D6, and Bishop B2. Hey, this was Nordovic's idea. The bishop does go to B2, but Nepo decides, okay, he wants to get his queen out first and then develop his bishop here. That seems much more like cohesive, right, than leaving the queen on A2. But now Bishop B2, that means this pawn one day heading to C4 and C5. Let's open up both B's. Both B's. Yeah. And what's happening here? Oof. It's really hard to say. But now that the knight's on d6, f5 I feel like is just less than, because okay, maybe white can take the pawn. I'm not sure. Here, knight g5, queen g6 looks like a real problem. So, but white can go knight c5. So I think this is now the concern, because then like b7 is weak. Okay, it's defended, but still like it's a target. And you got the knight coming into e6. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's a chaotic position. If you told me queen g6 and then black is doing great, I might believe you, depending on how strong you are or how likely I think you're using assistance. But that is what Firouzja is going to have to consider. I don't know if it's good or not, but that I think is what he'll have to consider. Yeah, rook d8 definitely looks like another move. Yeah, what about f5 takes queen g6, f4? Definitely worth considering, because you got this. You want to open the diagonal. So like takes, for example. Okay, this is what we call a cooperative variation. Black is cooperating with white, so white can open up the beast. But even this, like, I don't understand anything. That's what's going on. I don't understand anything about this position. I mean, well, okay, I understand that the knight is hanging, and to me this looks problematic for white. It was a beautiful check, but this looks like a problem. So maybe black just takes. No, Abdul, because the bishop on b3 is still covering this one. So white is kind of defended against rook g8. Wild. No, I really need like David to to help me figure out this position. I believe he's going to be joining soon, folks. I think he's 3 minutes. He's 3 minutes away. But I think this is still, this is still a live position. So I don't think I was able to make this work for white. So f5, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say knight c5. But yeah, absolutely chaotic, as usual. Okay, I know there's questions on other games, so let me see what's happening. So Naka, he pulled the bishop back. Okay, people are asking about FIDE game. FIDE game, not much has changed here, though. So queen f2. I definitely like Fabi's position here. I think he's got the advantage, but I don't think this is like just an immediate win. I just think he's got a good chances here, because you have a lot of moves here as white that you can build up. Rook f1, king h2, h4, g4. Like, when you have this nice grip, it's very easy to just kind of build up endlessly. And even if it's like equal objectively or whatever, like, it's unpleasant for black. You know, it's always equal until it isn't, basically. And then it's not really a surprise when, when someone's under pressure, they're very likely to more and more likely to make a mistake, you know? What would I do to create play here as black? That's not easy. A lot of times you have to just kind of sit on the position The problem with like c4, for example, that maybe black would like to play is that white can respond with d4. So let's say rook f1, for example, c4, d4. And then white gets a very, very nice center. Here I would think white just has a phenomenal position if this sort of happened. So for black to achieve c4, they need like the queen on d6 basically to prevent white. So if white couldn't go d4, then c4 would definitely be the move. But it's hard to get the queen out of the way, right? Because this one is hanging, right? Black has to go king g7 and then keep this one defended very, very sturdily. Now I think this is a position where black just like really tries to sit for a while, and then maybe eventually playing for c4. Do I think it was a mistake for Abasov to let Fabi go into Ras Lima? I'm not sure. I mean, I think this is part of Nijat's repertoire himself. So, when you're choosing openings against top players, there's no perfect solution, right? If there was one simple opening that you can play and hold a draw, everyone would just play it and it'd be easy, right? So even if he played the Berlin, Fabi would have ways to put him under pressure. So it's always a very tough call, like deciding which openings to play, because Fabi is good against every opening. It's like there's no opening that he doesn't have like good results against. The problem is he's a top player with a very well defined white repertoire. So, and not well defined, like it's clear what he plays, but like he can play a lot of different stuff and he knows it very deeply. And even if you get some kind of like equal position, like let's say this is an equal position, he's still gonna like grind you down and it might not be fun. We saw Naka, right? He took the surprise value approach yesterday. But he got into some trouble. Like he was worse, and I think at one point Fabi said, he thought he was close to winning, right? So it's not easy. It's not easy. Do I think Naka made the right choice yesterday? I mean, it worked out. If Naka had lost, then we would, of course, question the decision. And it would be one of those classic cases where it's like, okay, you prep a surprise, but then you walk into a position that's unpleasant to play, and that's not easy. It's not easy to do. So, yeah, no easy answers in chess. I guess the most solid guys, if you think about the guys that are like the most solid with black, so let's say like Carlsen, Caruana, let's say these two I feel like are just the absolute most solid in terms of the repertoire, maybe the best prepared players in the world. They go a lot of e4, e5, and they hold it. Fabi was playing Petrov for many years. Okay, nowadays he can play Sveshnikov, Najdorf, all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's the trade-off. You can play e4, e5. It's very solid. It's the most solid opening by far, but of course you rarely get winning chances, and there's a million lines. There's different ways to put pressure. Oh, what to do? Nothing in this world is free, especially when it comes to the openings. Ooh, I want to jump to Prague, because his queen is landed on f5. And there used to be a pawn there, so I'm guessing this queen went munchy. Okay, so queen c2 played, hitting this guy. Gukesh did not want to go g6 and weaken his position further, because that allows like bishop h6, and then if the rook moves, it's like knight f7. This could get very ugly for black very quickly. yeah, here it might be bad. Like if this queen moves, like it's like taking here, and there's a queen c3 in the position, and oh my god, so many checkmates, so many checkmates. Um, so Gukesh said you can have it. I'm just gonna make sure my d pawn is defended. Pragg said okay, I'll take. And now Pragg is only one pawn down. But he's not getting that pawn back anytime soon. So he's playing for the attack. Oh man, what a position. What a position. Oh, we got David back. Okay, let's make a new Zoom. We'll get David to join. Folks, I'm gonna take a quick break and get David back in, and we'll continue the candidates. Yeah, it's been 2.5 hours straight, no break. I gotta take a break. It's workplace policy. Okay, we have to follow OSHA rules. So we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, David will be around. I think Jesse will be back at some point as well. Maybe we'll get the dream team back again, huh? Stay tuned, folks. You're watching the 2024 FIDE candidates. See you all in a sec.
Hey,
Hello, hello. Oh, we're ready. We're ready from yesterday. Already got the scene.
nice.
And we're back. Hello, David. How are you?
Whoa, that was fast. Good, good. Ready. What's going on today?
Oh man, where do we begin? Have you seen any of the games?
I saw the opening that Prague played against Gukesh and thought that's going to be intense.
Okay.
And I think that's about all I've seen.
Oh wow. Well, let's catch you up. I think the craziest game is Nepo Firouzja
Okay.
because this Prague Gukesh game we've seen this before. Catalan, you sack one pawn, two pawns. Black maybe gives some material back. To me, the position is not that crazy, but this Nepo Firouzja game, it's like to me, it's totally wild.
Whoa. I think I saw the first like four moves and it was a Joko piano at first, right? What? He's got the Firouzja F pawns.
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
can't
giving.
look chess.com, so I can't even see the game. I'm relying on your broadcast.
Oh. Um. Yeah. So this was. Well, let me catch everyone up. Right. This was just
Bonkers.
Italian game style, and then yeah, Queen A2. But this had been seen before. So Nepo. Actually, I'll tell you until what point Nepo was likely in prep. So he sacrifices this pawn, weakens his king side, throws out H4, knight C8, and then on this move H5, he started spending some time. So it was somewhere around here that probably Nepo left his book, and
Hmm.
then Firouzja lashed out with G5,
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, if
and
your opponent throws stuff in your face, sometimes you have to lash out, right? Like, yeah,
yeah,
can't just let white take on G7.
exactly. He's like, I can also throw pawns. Nepo. And then queen d2 from Nepo, which
What?
is very unexpected. Yeah, exactly. But the idea was to put the bishop on b2 and not block the queen. And now
Yeah.
knight f5, and yeah, this is our live
He was
position.
also probably threatening queen d7 for a second there, but knight d6, of course.
Yeah, exactly. I think he wanted that for sure.
Wow.
Oh, queen d7 on the board. Let's go. We called it.
Hi to everybody in chat. Yeah. Greetings, greetings.
All right. Okay, David, let me take a quick break since you're here, because I've been
Sure.
on the whole time.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
you could talk with chats. I can put you on a different game if you want, or a different position. To you.
Oh, queen d7's been played now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, my heart is really with Prague and Gukesh, so maybe leave me there at first, even
Sure.
though this is insane.
Sure, absolutely.
Hey, FXL. Hey, Krabby. Hey, Daniel Phillips, and everybody else. Good to be here. If you've got any questions, I'm not going to be able to move pieces while Kosti's gone, so it's not a bad time to ask the random questions that some people have sometimes. All of them, Riyadh. All of them. Ooh, now's the right time to say that, Lofitus. When the other senseis are not reading chat. Yeah. Okay. All right, so looking at this position here. Looks very risky for both sides. Very risky to both sides. Yikes. Oh, man. Does chat have an idea who's got the advantage here? I mean, white's still only down one pawn, right? They've just let black... Yeah, they've just sort of traded sides of the board, kind of. Just Lover likes white, huh? Prague is way ahead on the clock. That's true. 30 minutes is big. No increment. Iris likes white too. Ah! Is there nobody who likes Gukesh? You should remain honest. You know, I'm not trying to get you to lie. I think Gukesh was a little shaky yesterday too. If I'm rooting for both of these players in the tournament, do I hope they draw each other? Great question. The answer is no. I hope for a Gukesh win. So first of all, in general, if you're rooting for multiple players in a tournament, the goal is really for one of them to win the tournament, right? Because it's you just need to be first in this tournament to become world champion. So it doesn't really serve you for them to draw each other and you just sort of wait for later on in the tournament, right? You just got to pick somebody, even if it's hard for you in your heart to pick. You got to pick somebody and be like, this guy needs the win. They're going to go and become world champion. But secondly, I root for both of them, but I've got a preference on Gukesh, so it's very easy for me to pick. You know, I didn't have to tear my heart out for that one. Yeah. In the junior draft, I've got both of them, Ranga. I've got both of them in the junior draft as well. So, yeah. All right, we've got Unagi-dan liking black. And Abdul says he could have played c5 at some point instead of c6. Whose position do I prefer? Yeah, I am here to listen to your commentary, right, Roxy? So it's up to you guys to tell me what's going on in the position. I just sit here and listen to it. Okay, what do I prefer? I mean, the knight on a5 looks pretty bad. If black could play c5 and d4, they'd be crushing, but somebody's saying at some point he played c6 instead of c5. Abdul prefers white even when black has more pawns. That's kind of the death knell for Gukesh because Abdul always prefers the side with the extra pawn. This is the first time I've ever heard that. Both positions make me happy, whites and blacks. Normally, I would like a position like this from either side. It's white's move. I mean, I guess the pressure's on white because they're up a pawn, and the e6 pawn is kind of discoordinated from the rest of their pieces. I'm going to say I like black. There. Deal with it, folks. What should white do? G4, G5, knight e4, and the queen's attack? No. Queen h3? Getting out of the way of the rook on f8? What would have happened last move? Sorry, folks, I have no evaluative ability almost. If a position is not like dramatically good for one side or another, or fall into like 3 pawn structures, I know I have to calculate a bunch of lines to figure out who's better. So last move with the queen on d8. If black had played a move like knight e4, attacking the queen, what would white have done? I guess knight takes c3 is not really a big threat. Just a little something. It wouldn't have been a big deal. Okay. So queen e8 played and not necessarily threatening knight e4. In some cases, white could play knight f7, but that's tactically committal. My instinct for white here is maybe queen h3. Oh, Kostya doesn't like either side of this, Mitch? That's so hilarious. I'm thinking queen h5 for black, and it's true that the move queen h3 doesn't really stop me too much. H4, queen h5, bishop g5, h6, bishop f3. Get back! Queen back to e8. Bishop f4. I mean, it's just madness, right? Isn't it? Okay. Well, let me say, my first instinct is white should be pushing more pawns on the king side to support the e6 pawn and just push black the heck out of here. So the moves for white to me are like h4, g4, maybe even f4. That's what it looks like to me. Mikey is only hoping that Ding will get back into form and keep his title. Wow, Mikey, you are on a low percentage hope. But the heart wants what the heart wants. So I understand. You can't choose. Like, you guys rooting for Gukesh is just a lifetime of heart attacks. I can tell you that. Like, if you want to root for somebody really good, but not spend your whole life having heart attacks, I would pick one of the other top 4 juniors instead of Gukesh for you. I would pick, maybe Prague or Aragaisi, or Kamer. I mean, you won't win the world championship, but it'll be calmer for you. But yeah, I understand, Mikey. I mean, I'm rooting for Gukesh. If you've seen his games, like, it's never safe. It's never secure. Always horrible madness, but super fun. But once you get emotionally invested, it's like this kind of stuff that tears your heart apart. So, is Dubov still my hero? Dubov is still like, the model player for me to copy and watch, but he hasn't been playing much classical chess lately. So honestly, I've been seeing more games from, Abdusadarov and the Indian 3. Why do I think there's a low chance on Ding recovering his form? Because his form has been bad for a long time, Joshua. A long time. It's like 1 or 2 tournaments. And maybe you brush it off, but it's been a while, and it's honestly, it's just worse and worse. I mean, he was just playing Grenka. He was playing rapid chess with a couple players, 100, 150 points below him in the tournament, and he couldn't win a game. I mean, I don't like to talk about it, honestly, Joshua, because it's kind of sad. I don't have any ill wishes for Ding. I much prefer talking about people who are doing well than people who are doing badly. But, I mean, if there were an explanation that made sense, maybe we'd hear about it. When the explanation itself is some kind of like mysterious something, and we don't know if it's physical or mental or both. And I mean, it just sounds terrible. And the talk about he considered retiring, that's not, I mean, there's just nothing to give you any sense of anything good around the bend, is there? Hiding opening prep for the World Championship? No. No, because he's not playing. It's not just his opening holding him back, right? Right, Brian? I mean, like, he gets dozens and dozens of equal positions out of the opening, and then he never outplays anyone like a world champion generally would, right? So I think that's not a real point. Not to contradict dear Roxy here. He took a break. He said he was thinking about quitting. He seems to still be thinking, I don't. Craddock says Naka's losing. I haven't yet looked at that game. I think when people interview him, I don't know how directly they ask the questions, but they might feel bad. I don't know that I'd be able to ask him about it. Hiding his playing level. Hiding his what do you benefit by playing badly for a long time? Did you guys, I mean, I don't know. Can we talk about something other than dang? I'm so sad about it. Vidit beating Naka? Wow. Yeah, filet oga filet a gefilte fish. Sorry. Took me a moment there. Filet a gefilte fish. Pointing out he made like basic errors in end games and things like that. It's just, yeah. Okay. Knight f7 played. Not a main move I was expecting. I was thinking, g4, h4, etc. Yeah, how would I describe Prague's personality? So, like Gukesh, he's super nice. That's actually how I pick who I root for, is based on how nice they are. It has basically nothing to do with chess, actually. So that's a little secret there for you guys. They're both super, super nice. And then if I need a tiebreaker, it's kind of like how exciting somebody's chess is, right? Like, are they playing stuff like this that fires me up? And both of them are doing so right now, and both of them did yesterday. So Prague's chess personality, which is probably what you're asking for, not the fact that he's really nice. His chess personality, I think that he is very, very stable, long-term growth mindset, not emotionally weak, super calculator. He has a lot of fresh ideas. I think he works hard to generate a lot of his fresh ideas. So it's the way people generate new ideas now in chess, I think, is different than the way they did in the past. It's like, it's a different kind of seeking. And I think he probably seeks at times with a computer. Gukesh, there's more just crunching variations and, spitballing during the game and freestyling kind of approach, whereas Prague, often he's like come up with some kind of new ideas or plans in advance. Wesley's Twitter made me even more against him. No. Wesley's Twitter didn't bother me. He was only on for a few days, and it was interesting and entertaining. Right. So I guess people are wondering if Black's going to play Rook f7. For everyone saying that Hikaru's losing today, therefore he's lost the tournament. No, you can't lose the tournament off of one loss. I still think that Lei Tingjie is the favorite for the women's candidates, and she lost. She was the only one who's lost so far in the whole candidates tournament.
Really? You still think she's the favorite?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not going to take back what I said after one bad game. Medium bad game. Okay, but in this position, folks are wondering, if Gukesh just plays Rook f7, Pawn f7, Queen f7, is he not just much better after giving back that exchange?
Yeah.
Uh, Not necessarily. It's still a complicated position, right? I mean, there's bishop b6, and the knight is really confused over on b3 or whatever. It does take away some of white's juice. I mean, the black king feels a bit safer, but there's still that weak e6 square, right? So white can put... Okay, using the principle of the rooks after exchange stacks, white can put a rook on e1. Actually, maybe I would throw in bishop b6 just to open up the e-file. Bishop b6, knight b3, rook fe1. And then the dream maneuver is the knight from c3 going e2, d4 or f4, e6. And then you're jamming on the king side. Black's going to have like bishop c8 to fight back. White's going to have bishop h3 if they want. I think it's still complicated.
Yeah, but I like black there.
Black should be okay. Black should be okay.
Yeah, it's nice that you get to at least kind of clarify the situation.
Then there's a question, won't the knight be better on b3? It'll eventually be better on b3 if you get time to play d4, d3, d2, or eventually be better on d3 after you bring it back through c5. But it's still kind of dangling and working. Yeah, this is the move I expected from Gukesh. Bishop c8, and he wants to entangle white in a web of tactical vulnerabilities.
Interesting.
And this is why I was so surprised about knight f7, right? Because when you play knight f7, every time you use like a piece to defend another piece, it puts some kind of weird pressure, weight, whatever on the defending piece, right? Like it's harder to defend your e6 pawn when it's needed to defend your knight. That makes sense. Like you can't just move it when it's attacked, or like, do a trade on d7 or whatever. It just it's like in the line Naka played yesterday against Caruana, right? With e5, bishop b5 check, and then the white knight goes to f5, right? The knight being on f5 makes e4 much more vulnerable in all sorts of tactical sequences in those structures. So knight f7 super, super risky and not at all what I expected from him. Now, I haven't yet even figured out what the idea was. Gukesh played pretty quickly, but he doesn't have a lot of choice about playing quickly anymore. But I wonder what Prag's like positive reason was for just plunking this knight in here.
I don't know. But also, yeah, Gukesh, 24 minutes. He's got to get a move on.
Oh yeah,
no
he's definitely
increment.
got to hustle.
Got to make 20 moves. So boy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm definitely starting to like black here. Bishop c8, because I just don't. Yeah, I'm not feeling the juice that white has.
Yeah, like what are we going for with knight f7? Are we trying to land something on h6? Are we trying to bring the knight back around to g5 to defend e6 and pressure h7? Stop queen h5? Maybe. But if you go, yeah, okay. You could maybe play knight g5 next, just straight off here.
But I was thinking knight g5, but then I didn't see the response to h6.
You go back to f7. That's the reason. And then you're coming into g6, and h6 becomes brittle.
Okay, but then at that point, I feel like I definitely just sack on f7.
Right.
Queen takes, and then it's better than earlier, right? Because we got the bishop on c8 already.
Yeah.
Bring that out.
Which is a great diagonal.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hearing from chat that Naka is looking disgusted on the video camera. So not poker facing, or maybe setting a trap. Who knows? He did that to Jesse once.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he doesn't look happy. Oh, that position's chaotic. That position's crazy.
Knight, bishop, bishop. Oh, it's just absolute chaos. How does chat know he's lost? From his face or from a computer?
Let's look at that game.
Okay.
So last I saw, Naka took on h7. He brought back the bishop to d3. Somehow I thought bishop e4, but bishop e4, knight c5, maybe he didn't like. But anyway, bishop d3, b5, takes, bishop e2, f5. Ooh.
I mean, I have a strong instinct on this game. Yeah, he's just getting killed. I mean, you've got the whole queen side stuck there, and black's already not only has every minor piece out, but is starting to like push, the f pawn, the levers to start making progress.
Yeah, no, I mean earlier I was saying symmetrical positions, the main advantage is piece activity, and clearly, yeah, Vidit. I mean, he's got his rooks connected, and oh boy, no, this looks really dangerous. So f4, bishop b6.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, there's a question about an early bishop takes h3 in this game on move 11, and I think that black might play the move queen d6 there, and then if the knight moves, there's queen g3. So it'd be like queen d6, bishop f4 would be the only move, then knight h5, bishop h2.
No, but knight h5 is covered by the queen. Jesse figured out the idea was probably queen b8, so you can go bishop c7 on any
Against
bishop
f4, bishop c7.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the second time this tournament. Vidit's only had black. Second time he develops that bishop c8 to a square where it's hanging already.
I know. I was saying tomorrow he's just going to throw the bishop off the board. He's just going to start bishop c.
Bishop to I2 on the first move.
Exactly what I said.
Yeah, I mean, that's just ill. Bishop to I2 would trap a rook on h1. That would be a really good early move.
Yeah. No, I mean, if he comes up with bishop I2, he deserves the whole tournament.
Wait, Mitch, did Tan already win? Really? There's games finished?
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, let's check that game quickly. So, okay, bishop b6 on the board, and this is, looking really, really bad for white.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like death.
Let's go to Tan. Yeah, she defeated Vaishali.
Jeez Louise.
Oh, yeah. I was saying I like this position for white because, like, black wasn't doing anything on the queen side, and I said, people can watch it back. I was like, white can just build up on the king side. And so g4 happened, queen h4, knight
She
h5.
only used half her time also, Kostya. She just, like, blitzed her off the board, too.
Yeah. No, this was... So e5, knight f6 was a killer.
Ah!
Yeah, that's nice. Kreisbach. Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, man. You got the 3 really fast, Kostya. Really fast.
Dude, it's all set up from I'm just not gonna touch my computer during the candidates, so it's just always set up. I'm not gonna resize any windows or touch anything. Once the stream is over, I just turn off the screen, I leave, and I'll be ready.
Stream 6 hours a day without ever touching the computer. Magic.
Exactly.
Magic.
And then knight g6 and black resigned here because once the king moves somewhere, white's taking on e7 with check, and then if you take back, there's gf. Too much material here.
Yeah.
Okay, so
one exchange and a king, huh?
Tan Zhongyi is running away with it right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Jesse, we got some updates.
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm looking at it's lit. This thing is lit, man.
I don't even know what game you guys want. Every game is crazy right now, except I think, give me a sec. We did lose it for a sec. I think we're back now, though. I think we're back.
Let's see. Yeah, I see us.
But the question is, does that mean that YouTube is
It looks like it managed to keep the same URL, Coast, yeah?
so YouTube's okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
It's
sweet,
fast enough.
sweet.
Okay. So B6, and to my mind, I would be like black is at least fine. But then A3 happens. Was this move B5 a horrendo move? Because that's the move I'm like, oh, I don't know about that.
I also was gonna ask David about this move. Yeah, why would he go B6 and then B5? I just like I didn't get it.
Yeah, super weird. So, because when I was looking at this position, okay, before B5 happens, I'm like, well, why does black really have a problem? We can recycle the knight through F4 and stuff. But then after B5, it's like, oh, now your dark squares are funny. And now knight E2 happens, and then I guess white is for choice all of a sudden.
I mean, I can't give you an off-the-cuff positional reason for this, right?
Right.
Positionally, I put my pawns on dark squares in positions like this, and I don't play B6 to B5. So
In any case, we can go to the other ones first, but I just want, that was my big thing, like, because after that, it does seem like white is at least a little bit better, you know?
yeah, I mean, it's got to be some kind of like tactical something, right? It's all little tactical things at this level.
So, yeah.
Maybe something where he feared knight a4, rook b8, b4, and his b6 pawn is hanging, so he'd rather not have a pawn on that square to hang, but
I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, and I just want to share something. So I'm out there in the world with my kids dealing with life, and I'm like, okay, I have a half of a second breather. I'm gonna go check what's going on in the games. I go chess.com, I go in there, boom, eval bars everywhere, just like that.
lighting you up.
Lighting me up. It
Can't
was interesting because like unless you have all your everything dialed in, you will be inundated with that information.
Yeah.
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 Totally inundated.
So how would you even, yeah, where do you even go if you just want to see the live games without the immediate eval? Like,
Right. I didn't know how you do it.
I haven't tried anywhere else. Another game over? Jeez Louise. Let's see it. Oh, Lei Ting J couldn't win today either. Ay.
Okay, so let's just say that FIDE position is something
It's a pretty
we all
solid
could look at and be like, okay, I kind of get what's going on. None of the other positions, right? The other positions, they look almost random. You know, oh my God, they're just flying all over the place.
you know, actually, Chad has a good point. Maybe on Lichess, you can see the games without the engine on by default. Apparently, you can also probably turn the engine off in chess.com settings, so it's not automatically.
Yeah, you can turn it off, but I mean, if you just show up and you're like, I want to watch the games, boom.
Yeah. But maybe if you turn it off once, then it stays off.
Maybe. It was on my phone, you know, so I normally don't use the phone to go chess.com or anything like that. All right, you guys, take me to one of these games, one of these three other games. They're all
Yeah, because the other games are ill.
So Naka in trouble.
All right, let's look at Naka, dude.
Big
Show him
trouble.
Naka. Let's just do an exercise. Like we just have to win for black.
Well, it's White's move, right?
Yeah. So we're gonna calculate the win in advance.
You know, if someone came to the graduate show with this game and lost, I'd be like, dude, you should develop your pieces. You know? That's what I might tell them, man. I might be like, Mouse, you might want to develop your pieces next time you play this game.
I know. That is a thing. So first let's check FE5.
I'm assuming it's FE5 and then, well, it's some kind of F4, right?
maybe, but I think knight d5 also is a candidate,
Okay, true, true.
bringing out more dogs,
Mm-hmm.
and the queen some angles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fe5, knight d5. Yeah, that's a good place to resign. Okay, let's find another move for white. King h2, knight to d5 again.
This is just totally lost unless white has some miracle move.
It looks really bad. It looks really, really bad. And Naka's down to 20 minutes. Move 19. Ooh, no, no, no. This is not good.
I mean, you look at this position and you would say white should have a pawn or two as compensation for not developing, but he doesn't have anything.
I thought white would already be up a piece for this. Oosh.
Oh, this is interesting. You know, if you, I'm looking at Naka's camera, and it's the nose cam, and they have a peanut gallery. There's people above the players looking down on them, which is very interesting.
Hmm.
That must be fun.
I'm gonna say Naka's dead. I was surprised when people were saying, like, people often overreact, right? They come in all the time. Oh, so and so's dead. Naka looks pretty dead.
Yeah. Um.
Yeah, this is terrible, man.
Oof. We should go to Nepo too, because like that game's also just
Yeah.
like.
Let's have a look at Nepo. I agree.
I mean, the pawn's on f4.
We've got two knights hanging, and the white king.
So what did we have? It was so we saw knight f5, queen d7, check.
Yeah. Yeah.
f5, knight g3 takes on f3. So Nepo gives up a second pawn, b5.
So right now he's down two pawns.
Right, but threatening to win a piece.
Is he? Where?
Oh, after b5, like the knight.
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's just a one-move threat. The guy's allowed to move. I mean, he's down two pawns. What is he doing?
But Firouzja went f4. It's just chaos.
I think Firouzja's planning to mate him even in the endgame. That's how denuded Nepo's king is, right? He's like, yeah, you can take on e8, and I'll take on g3, and you will still get mated in the endgame.
Kostu, could we take it back to queen e8? Because that's where I left it.
Yes.
That position, I felt like white was doing fine. And then there was this h4, which felt pretty quickly played. So it felt like, oh, Nepo's seen this kind of thing before or something.
Mm-hmm.
I called knight c8, by the way. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
All right, knight c8 happened.
Good job, Jesse. That's a strong move.
h5, harry the h-pawn, trust in the little dude. King h8, get out of the bishop. h6, okay. And then g5, well, that's a manly man's move right there.
Yeah. Yeah, g5 took some real cojones.
But they've all got them, right? I mean, we could see it yesterday. Every single one of these players, in my opinion, played yesterday like they believed they could win the tournament. Other than Abasov, that was not as convincing.
And so now the knight that was poor on b6 is going to go hopping into white's face.
Yep.
Bishop b2. That wasn't it. Maybe that's where he lost the thread. It was like this whole thing, queen d2 and bishop b2, because after knight f5, holy manolis, dude. You get a knight dancing on your head with knight h4 and f5, forget your life. It's gone. Oh, this is toast, dude.
Yeah. I didn't understand this bishop b2. Like, is your big dream to play c4 and block your unopposed bishop on b3? Like, this long maneuver to trap his bishop on b2. I don't know. I had the same.
I thought the idea was to go c4, c5. You open both up.
Yeah.
Sure, that's a nice dream. But unfortunately, this knight on f3 is a dog. He is a dog.
Huh.
Right? I mean, that thing's powerful. He's even controlling e5 for all those dreams of the bishop on b2. All right, so knight e4 was played.
Wow. Now, look, guys, I didn't think this was that easily good for... I was kind of expecting maybe the queen trade and then knight e4, because knight e4, like, he's allowing queen h5.
Queen h5. Yeah, you forgot to trade.
But But now thinking queen h5, maybe he's just gonna take the knight, and then
Hmm.
I don't actually see the follow-up for black.
Yeah.
Um,
Follow-up for black might be knight d4, pawn takes d4, f3.
Take it easy.
Yeah, that's too much, but
Sarcasm about Abasov is. I don't think anyone was being sarcastic. Yesterday, he made a very clear draw with white, added the opening. I mean, yeah, he didn't really push for an advantage. It traded off all the. I don't think that's. None of that was sarcastic. That was very
nothing
straightforward.
sarcastic.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like in 3 of the games yesterday, the 6 players played with a lot of confidence. And then we were saying there was a move here with confidence, and I'm saying that's what I'm expecting at this point. They all look confident. Somebody's going to have to shake their confidence. Someone has to rock them, right? Like maybe Naka today is going to get rocked by Vidit. But part of this level of competition is about confidence, and you're trying to make the other person believe that you could beat them, right? You have to shake their confidence at some point. These people all came in very, very confident. They played very aggressive moves yesterday.
Okay, let me say a couple dumb things. So if knight a5, then Nepo's claim has to be that the fact I'm down 2 pawns is compensated by the bad knight, right? Some kind of story like that.
Like maybe he goes into e6 to dominate light squares, right? He's ready for queen h5, bishop g4 or something.
Okay. Black does have to find a good move here. We'll say that the bishop on b2 is terrible, but white's 2 light squared minors, the knight on e4 and the bishop on b3, they're good looking dogs. They're good looking people. And Nepo, it's what are we looking at? A minute and a half a move until move 40? And this is a rough one, man.
Yeah.
This is complicated.
But Firouzja's down on time.
Is there queen g6 here maybe?
So you got knight a5, queen h5, maybe queen g6. What I couldn't figure out on queen g6 though is like bc, and then I'm threatening your bishop.
Right. Queen e4 would have to be our intention.
Yeah.
Queen takes e7. Now, unfortunately, you're threatening mate, so my timing is limited. But knight h2 to f3 is a draw at least, right? But
That's
I have
probably
no better.
fair.
I have no better. Queen g6, pawn takes knight. Okay, so queen g6 is basically a clear draw, and there's not much else to say about it, and then we look at other moves.
To me, the most natural thing would be to play knight a5, bishop a2, and just a simpleton move like g4. And you ask him to taste your coconuts because you can't take that pawn. And we're going to play for the mates.
Well, hang on. I think knight a5, bishop e6 is quite likely to cover those kingside squares.
Okay. Good. I think that must be the intention. There is an argument that white has. He does have some compensation. Is it enough? Well, that's what we're about to find out. And let's just say black's problem. Black's problem is precisely those light squares.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And his knight is starting to look like a chump.
In the repetition line, Sam, if white steps into the discoveries, then knight h4 check and queen g2 checkmate.
Now, if I just play knight d8, what's white going to do to me then?
The nice thing is you cover some light squares.
Yeah, I cover finally some light squares. And my next move would be g4. I really want to play g4.
Knight d8? No, I don't like that. Trade rook d7?
Okay, maybe. But I'm up 2 pounds.
Pawns aren't people.
All right. All right. Well, what else do you want black to do, boss? We got knight a5,
Ooh,
knight
how
b8.
about A takes B5? Trade that A8 rook. That's terrible.
Yeah. Also AB.
Well, I like that queen g6 line. That line was clean.
But that looked like a draw.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are playing for advantage.
Oh, yeah. We
Black,
want to
yeah.
win, dude.
2 extra pawns?
All right. I also want to win as white. So you guys go ahead.
We go ahead.
So AB, rook A1, bishop A1.
Took the right way.
And then knight D8.
And then knight to B8.
Knight B8.
Keeping your rook out of D7.
Oof.
But then our knight is truly a pretty sad dude.
Yeah, it's sad. We got 2 extra pawns and we're in the end game.
Yeah, I feel like I think part of the problem here for Firouzja is there's multiple moves here for dude.
Yeah.
And he's going to spend some time. And it's going to be like yesterday. Let's just say it, my friends. He probably would have won yesterday if it wasn't for the time thing.
Yeah. But hang on, my line's just winning, basically. I mean,
all right, tell me your line.
Clearly advantage for black. It's like white is crying there. That's good enough to not play queen g6.
No, I didn't get the line though.
All right, tell us your line, boss.
I trade d5. I trade a1. Then I go knight b8.
And then I guess he's gonna
trade queens because I've got queen b5 check if he gets frisky.
All right, okay, trades queens, and then the claim is that your knight is a crispy critter.
Yeah, but I've got 2 pawns and time to dig out. Knight never comes out of b8. Oh, you guys wait and see.
Yeah, I don't believe this. Okay, let's go king e2.
Slowly.
Yeah, I'm okay with king e2.
Okay.
King e2.
King e2.
If g4, I want bishop e6.
Okay.
You have been warned.
I do appreciate warnings. I still have to think about it, though, because I do want to play g4. I mean, you got me right there. Okay, g4, bishop e6, knight g5, bishop g5, bishop g4, bishop h6. Still got 2 pawnsies. I mean, my knight's trapped.
It is true that black is better, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, surely better. Surely better, but... Let's go bishop e6, and that's what he's gonna do.
Actually, Kostia, can we play bishop e6 instead of king e2?
Yeah.
Maybe I don't like it.
Bishop f8.
Then bishop f7.
Oh, sorry. Go back and move. Maybe against this slower move, I should play rook d8.
But see, then I can take and play king e2, and then I got pretty good play, right?
You trade the rook. Wow. Man.
Yeah, there's a checkmate coming.
There's a checkmate coming. They want to checkmate the guy. All right, knight h4, c4, knight g6. I could see you guys drawing. I agree.
Well, it's also like, honestly, this is a weird position because you could lose this. Because the king can't move, boss. And the bishop on d8 can't do a whole lot either. And white's king could just start walking in. King
Yeah, king
f3,
f3.
g4.
King
Let's
f3 to
go.
g4 to f5. Oh God.
And that knight on b8's like, what am I doing here, boss?
Wow.
What am I doing? This wasn't the life I wanted.
This would be one of the
Yeah,
greatest endgames of all time.
it would be.
I'll tell you what isn't great though. Dude is now down to a minute a move.
Yep.
He's down to a minute a move. It's the same story as yesterday.
Well, good news for him is he calculates very fast.
Yes, we saw it yesterday.
Hmm.
That's- Maybe I should do the
Oh.
same. Maybe I should do the same line, but knight d8 instead of knight b8.
Right.
But then you don't, I just leave it in
And
you.
you do have d7 for the rook. That's why I didn't do it
Yeah, I
originally.
know. Yeah.
Aye, aye.
No, it's not so easy for Mr. Van Beezy. Hmm. A little sound happened. A little sound. Well, let's take a look at Naka. It might be done, so let's just take a quick look at Naka over here. He did take on e5. And
Wait, no, he went king f2 first.
oh, king f2, and then your knight d5 happened.
Yeah.
And gave a check. Takes.
When
now
I was a
queen
kid, we called this
g5.
pin and win.
Yeah,
They
Vidit.
called it back in the day.
Vidit. You know, we have a phrase in Russian. Vidit всё видит. Which means Vidit sees everything.
Is that what they say in Russian, boss?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Repeat it for us.
Vidit всё видит. Because
Wow,
vidit
that's pretty
means
good.
to see.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, well, it's not spelled in English, but it would be spelled like his name, be very similar.
Right.
So but Naka's just crispy critters here, right? I mean, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Well, he
This
put
is
the king
pure
on
crispy.
e1. No, he's getting ready.
Yeah.
Oh, man. King e1.
I mean-
Dude, Naka didn't even develop his pieces, man.
No.
Look at that. Oh.
Yeah.
All right, so guys, let me just say, okay, I'm going to give myself props because when I think I made two controversial picks in my draft of who was going to win this thing. And I said Naka at number 5, and everyone was like, you're outrageous, blah, blah, blah. But dude, this is where like these people have been prepping. They've been working on their game. The Vidit played Bishop H3 without no time on the clock. And that's the kind of nightmare you're going to face when you don't know what the hell's going on. And yeah, this crispy critters with white, move 23. Adios, muchachos.
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, e4, e5, to lose like this with white, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Where'd you put
All
Vidit?
Yeah. I put Vidit at 7. I put Vidit at 7. I still stick by that. I don't think he's going to end up around 7 too. Yeah.
Starting off good, but
Start off.
it's too early for us to decide which of our predictions were right or wrong.
I'm
He's
just
gonna
saying
be
there was
leading.
but I was just talking about the little intuition behind my prediction with Naka. That's all I was saying.
Okay.
But
Fair enough.
I don't think, yeah, I think it's too early for Naka as well, because he's much more mature now, and I think he's very capable of bouncing back. Because if what you said was true, then Naka wouldn't have even qualified in the first place. If it's true that he's not a professional, he's not doing all this stuff. No, he got here.
Takes on e3. He decided a knight on e3 would be even more devastating than a bishop. I agree. That's a heck of a horse.
Oof. Oh, boss.
When he puts a rook on e8, he can point at the one on a1.
Yeah, no, this is brutal. I gotta see the camera. I mean, isn't this like resignable?
Oh, dude, yeah, this is
like
close.
I'm already like, yeah, I would already consider resigning.
Should we go look at how Gukesh has got checkers? Do you notice he's playing checkers? Gukesh is playing checkers.
Gukesh.
Rook a7? Oh no, man. Oh no.
Gukesh, wrong game. You're
He's
playing
playing
the wrong
checkers,
game.
dude.
Rook a7. Inviting bishop e3, but I don't think you're gonna see that. What's wrong with Rook a7? He's
what's wrong with Rook a7, boss? He's
defending
trying to
the
activate his
7th
stuff.
rank. He's gonna get knight d6, knight c5.
White has just improved 2 pieces in a row while he's like hurdled something on the queen side. If he wanted Rook a7, why did he play knight b7? That knight could have gone to b3 instead if the rook wanted to go to a7 or just sat on a5.
He couldn't go Rook a7 last move because the bishop was on e3.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys have answers for everything.
To me, it looks to me like White is just lost, dude.
Good.
Oh, and it's the Rook a2 again from yesterday. Gukesh
I know.
Rook a2.
Oh yeah, that's right, dude. That's right.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
This is also, dude, these guys are on move 21. This is move 21, and they got 19 left. And so Gukesh has got less than a minute to move. Phew.
Yeah. Harry.
But the reason, okay, let me just say, it's not about the pawns that makes me think this is toast. It's that the knight on c3, I don't know how it participates. Bishop on g2 is hitting the checkers in the middle of the board there, And pretty much.
You guys want to see some adrenaline pumping? Let's go to Gukesh against Musachuk.
Whoa.
I know, but hear me out. They're on move 26, and Musachuk doesn't have like 20 minutes. She has 20 seconds.
Oh, no.
Gukesh has like 8
no.
minutes. They're just flagging together.
Oh no! Wait, I gotta see the camera. Anna, you gotta fight. Anna, you gotta fight. You can't let her win.
Right.
Why can't she let her win?
This is the Ukrainian battle, my friend.
Oh, got it.
Actually, I'm curious if they shook hands at the start.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. I'm gonna check the camera. Got Gukesh sitting down.
Scroll back the camera. What's your prediction? I predict no.
I predict no as well. All right. So Anna sat down. They didn't shake hands when she sat down. And then clocks. Where's the clocks? I'm looking. Oh wow, they were sitting for a while. Yeah, I don't think they shook hands. Yeah, they just started the game.
I don't know. I don't know, Koisin, what Alexandra's politics are. I've only seen her chess games.
Oh my god, Rixie saying she's not even moving. No, it's over. FIDE. No, wait. The women have increment. What are we talking about?
Do
The
they?
women have increment and the dudes don't?
Oh!
What's going on?
You got time back.
Yes. The women have increment.
Oh, man.
But knight e7 wins the game, right? That's why she was hesitating to bring out the rook.
Yeah, I mean, she's still in insane time pressure. I mean, regardless, it's not easy to play good moves.
I think there is no move. She's just lost. That's why she's running out of time, is because she's force wins everywhere for Goryachkina, and she plays it, and that's crispy.
Yeah, no, that looks like. I mean, it's not like over. Is it over? I mean, it's gonna be exchange.
It looks like
An exchange,
over.
and then b4, the a pawn's dead, or rook on c7 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Rook c6 looks done. So
Yeah. Bishop c4.
yeah, you can trade rooks and play knight c6, right?
Yeah, knight will come out. Yeah. Okay.
All
Let's
right.
go back.
That's blood.
It's gonna be
That's
1-0.
more blood.
Dude, let's go to the Ali Reza game because the knight a5 and Kostas bishop b6 thing happened. Ali Reza's in deep time pressure.
Deep. 7 minutes. God, he spent a fortune on that knight a5 move, folks. He spent
Almost
more
17
than
minutes.
twice as much money as he has left.
And we were looking at this, and it didn't seem. This definitely feels at the minimum like compensation for white, because that bishop is cutting. Like, we need to play g4, and the bishop's really messing with us.
I was curious if you were going to say the bishop was a hell of a drug, but no, it's just cutting.
It's just kind of. He needs a move right now, man. I mean,
Knight
maybe
b3,
g4
knight
anyway.
oh, knight b3 is covered. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think g4 anyway, maybe. Yeah.
Why did
maybe
he spend
g4
17
anyway.
minutes play this move and not have a follow-up? What? What's he doing? And he had queen g6 with a draw if he didn't see anything good. But okay, I mean, Firouzja, he shocked us yesterday. Maybe he's got something coming.
Honestly, I'm quite impressed with how Firouzja's played so far. I mean, like yesterday's game, I mean, he went all in. Today's game, like I mean, I think normally when he doesn't care that much, he plays fast. But here he's spending all his time and he's into it.
G4 is very complicated. You're right. That's an interesting move. What doesn't work at all is queen g6, queen e7, rook e8 because of queen g7 check. That I had checked earlier. So that moves off the table.
I only see g4 as the only move, honestly, because you got to do something, and you got to do something, man. You got to break out of your little box.
Yeah. G4. Let's say take knight h2.
But remember, when you take, you're going to give my knight the c4 square.
Oh, okay. So you want knight c4?
Well, I think it would go g4. If you take, I play knight h2. You got to go to e2 or e1.
And then if you go to e2, there's f3 check is interesting too.
So yeah, that's problematic. And then let's say king e1, then knight c4. And at least my terrible knight is back in the game.
Yeah. Horses are hopping. Yeah, I think g4 has to be played. But what isn't he like? Maybe g4, queen c7?
For argument's sake, there's also the move. Nope, never mind. Oh my God.
Queen c7.
It's also nice that if you go g4 and white plays c4, it's definitely a thought. Oh, here comes queen g6.
What? That's not a legal move.
Queen g6? Ooh.
What?
What is this?
Maybe intending to sack the piece?
Just queen e7, queen h6?
Oh, you're right. He's going to go queen h6. Holy cannoli. I didn't consider that because, when you're attacking the knight, you don't think of moving away.
That's some special sauce right there, my friend.
He didn't miss queen e7, Riyadh. We're watching the greatest players in the world.
This
is not like the toddler league.
Riyadh, turn off the engine, okay? Turn off the engine. Just watch. Just watch. Here's what's happening, okay? Firouzja's under pressure. He doesn't know what the best moves are. So he's trying to figure it out on his own.
Oh, damn. This particular game, I mean, they're all monstrous for the standings, but like, this is the kind of game that Nepo won last time around too, man. And so,
Exactly. No, I remember last time Nepo won this like really sharp Najdorf against Firouzja. Is white.
Right.
And that's why I feel like Firouzja played e4, e5 this time. But it doesn't seem that easy. Nepo also had some winning positions against Ding, and it wasn't like this doesn't look easy at all to me. I mean, it's got your king on e2.
We don't know, Libertopian. We don't know what happens after queen e7, queen h6. I guess white's got to play some move to avoid rook e8.
Mm-hmm. And they got to wonder, is queen h1 a thing? They wonder, is g4 a thing? They got some questions.
Yeah. So even if you move your queen, you can't really move your queen away because it's defending the bishop. So you sort of have to move the bishop or have some kind of c4 tactic, but I don't
It's fascinating, dude. And also notice like the bishop on e6 is overworked. It's a brilliant piece, but it's covering the knight coming in from the queen side and the queen coming in on the king side. Oh man, that thing's got a lot of jobs.
Right. So something like bishop d7 might be the move. Because I mean you can't go bishop g4, knight h2, right?
Oh, that happened. Okay.
Yeah.
So Ali Reza's got 10. He's got 30 seconds, basically 30 seconds to move. He took it. He pre-moved. Queen takes h6.
Yeah. I think bishop d7 because I'm going to go out on a limb and say covering the squares on which black can checkmate your king.
Bishop d7, I got knight c4.
Yeah, it's more important to keep the black queen out of g4 and h3 than to keep the knight out of c4.
Oh, I think knight c4, man. Once that partner lands, oh, buddy.
One thing is clear: Firouzja would mate all of us in this position. He'd find a way. But Nepo, I don't know. Bishop d7. Okay, wait. Let me ask a simple question. What is black's threat?
Rook e8.
e8.
Rook e8.
Yeah. I'm sure bishop d7.
By the way, Mr. Proust, oh, no. I had an idea that didn't work.
Okay.
On king e2, I think queen h. Oh, wow.
Sorry. Just so everyone's aware, knight on e4 was hanging, but the problem was the queen g7 mate. So that's why Firouzja takes this one. Now there's no mate. Now his queen is free to run, but it's a piece sack. Full piece sack.
Yeah, full piece sack. Now, 3 pawns is something. The white bishop pair is amazing. It's really going to be about which king gets mated, I would say, because... Yeah. Because they're both in danger.
All right, so David was saying bishop d7.
Yeah.
Let's say knight c4. Then what do you do there?
Rook a2. You just ask yourself, what would Gukesh do?
Okay, rook a2 is nice. I like rook a2. Holy moly.
I was trying to be thorough, so I also considered if white could go king e2 here, and then rook a8, queen c7. But queen e6, queen a5, queen c4, king f3, g4, king g4, queen e4. And I don't believe in white's bishop on b2 there.
Oh, Jesse, you're muted.
Sorry. I have a crazy dude yelling outside in the street, man. I was like, I better mute this dude and myself. You know?
Is he watching the candidates on a cell phone?
Yeah, I think so. He
Dreaming
sees
about.
the eval bar and he's just losing his mind.
He's like, I bet on Hikaru. How could you miss?
What are you
Bishop
doing?
takes three.
Oh, by the way, what's going on with Hikaru? That game's still going? Holy smokes.
Man.
Oh, man, he's going for a walk.
He's resigned.
No, he resigned.
It's over. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
it's
just
over.
finished. Queen
First
G5,
decisive game, yeah.
Knight F1, and that's it. And he resigned just because of Knight G3, or is there something else going on?
I think Knight G3.
He just couldn't bear to look at his position anymore, man. It's just too much.
Wow. Vidit. Go Vidit. Picking up the first win.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, they're talking and they're analyzing.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see the handshake, though. Yeah. Dang. Yeah, Naka not happy after that game. Oh, Jesse, you're muted again?
The guy is losing his junk out there, dude. He's just seeing this situation and he's losing it with Ali Reza. He saw the engine said some winning move or something, and now he's losing. He can't take it.
Oh, you got Riyadh outside your window?
Yeah.
Just kidding, just kidding. Love you, Riyadh. Dang. Okay, big win. First win of the FIDE candidates. Goes to Vidit. Leading. Dude, India's gonna be pumped. Giri's gonna be pumped. Everyone's gonna be pumped.
I would be really interested to know what the numbers are. You know, I assume like Shagar Shah is doing like a stream or something, and
Yeah.
he's probably got, I don't know, it could be 100,000 people watching right now. They're cheering right now. Oh man.
You know, dude, 5 a.m. they're partying.
We've got a suggestion from Libertopian: C4, Rook A, E8, and then take on G5. I think the issue is that that's a queen sack. Did you intend to sack the queen, Libertopian?
But also knight
Rook
G5,
E8.
we just play queen G5. We're not doing anything. Oh, I see what, no, I see what he's saying. Excuse me.
Because
He's
knight
getting
G5,
fancy.
you go Rook E7,
Yeah. It's not in time.
and against queen G5, knight G5, bishop E5, check. Whoa, okay.
Queen G5?
Queen G5.
G5.
But black can
But
also
also
take
there's
on
rook E6 there.
Yeah.
But there's a very nice move there, queen E6,
Mm-hmm.
dodging the queen trade, and your knight on F3 is still attacking their queen.
Yeah.
And your
And
next move is
C4.
going to be knight C4.
Or Queen C4. No, I mean it's a very pretty
That was a
idea.
wild idea, Libertopian. I appreciate that. Yeah,
mean,
I didn't
that's-
realize at first you were going to take with your queen on G5. Holy
beautiful.
cannoli.
Yeah. Well.
Hey,
Oh, and Fabi's game actually looks quite chaotic as well.
Well, I know. Let's go to Fabi's game, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all amazing.
Dude, we
right?
forgot Fabi's playing.
no, I didn't forget. I just thought it was going to be technical, but it looks like it just got
Okay,
set
so
on
here's the
fire
obvious.
too.
Here's the obvious question. So Fabi's just played Queen G3. What magic does Fabi have on King H8? Because I don't see it immediately. And he needs some magic to keep the game going, I think.
Because if he retreats, there's bishop takes C4.
Though
Also
that hangs
F4.
The F pawn.
Yeah, so I don't know about bishop takes C4. Bishop takes C4 might actually do something because you take on B3, then you take on A5.
Mhm.
But I don't. But this whole thing with the rook is obviously very precarious.
Yeah. Yeah. So
But
I
it would
think
have to be something like,
I
and
think
he has other moves too. Maybe King H6 is a weird move, but maybe you could play it.
I
But
think it's
King H6,
Rook F2 against F4, Queen C3, defending 3 coconuts.
Nepo play Bishop F7.
Whoa.
Which is what David wanted, basically, and what Jesse wanted, keeping the C4 square. So
well, it
both you
doesn't
guys
keep
won.
the G4 square. That's what it doesn't do.
True.
Okay, the first question is Queen G7, right?
Yes.
What does he do? Rook D7 and just like
Rook D7, yeah.
outpost that thing?
Oh, it's high level.
Oh my God, he's down to 3 minutes, my friends. Okay, so we
Oh,
got
God.
G4, we got Queen H3, we got maybe even Queen H1. Maybe even Queen H1, because then it goes King E2, Knight G1.
Rook takes G1, Queen E4.
Yeah, something like that. You could also play King D3 in that position. I don't know.
King
Oh,
D3,
no.
Queen F3.
Yeah,
It's
there
not
you
good.
go, buddy.
Guys, Firouzja's shaking his head. It's not good.
Why doesn't he just dance his queen to H1 like Jesse said? That move's sick. Oh, if he takes the knight not with check, Queen F6 will be mate. He'd better really
Oh yeah, so you're right.
knight
So
check
Queen.
King D2?
Oh, okay. Wait, guys. Let's just say the queen goes on an adventure, and then this Queen F6 mate thing is the basis of Bishop F7. That's
Yeah.
the evil sauce that's happening. Queen H3 happened. He had to move. King E2 forced.
Is he headed to F5 with the queen? What has he got in mind? It's a double attack on F5.
King E2, dude. King
But there's
E2 looks
Queen
like it's
F6.
just winning.
King E2, Queen F5, right?
But bare minimum. Okay.
Uh-oh. Nepo just gave him one of the,
Oh, you gave him one of those looks.
one of those looks. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, Queen
yeah.
F5 on the board.
Okay, king takes. You have G4 check. Push him back.
Yeah, I don't think we're worried about king takes, right?
And rook F7. So, Queen F6, Knight F6, Rook F7.
We're okay.
Possibly okay. Rook D7, Queen E4 check. We're okay.
I mean, my first move would be Bishop D5, but then Knight C4 maybe. Yeah, it's like annoying.
Where? Oh. Ay, 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 ay.
Oh man.
I think. I think I can't figure it out. I against Bishop D5. You have the move C6 or Rook AD8 as well, right?
Yes.
Trying to run him out of squares.
Also, there's the move Knight F6 right now.
Mm-hmm.
There is. Oh, that defends both pieces. Is that the plan?
Yeah, and there's Knight F6, Bobs.
Maybe.
Oh, that's a good move.
Sets up some mates.
Oh my goodness, Knight F6 is looking good.
And then you're threatening to take the knight.
And Rook H1.
Yeah. Wait, but Knight F6. Oh, Queen C2, you just take on F3.
Oh, buddy.
Maybe Knight F6, G4?
Mm-hmm. Logical. Rook H1.
H1, Queen C2.
King F1.
F1. I think King's running this way? Man. How many squares he gets? Unbelievable.
Oh man, what a mess. I don't see anything else besides Knight F6.
Yeah. What's our exchange sack after Knight F6, Neetham?
Well, Rook F7 probably. But The issue is we're going to be down a rook then as black.
Well, also,
Also-
queen f7, and then we're tied to that mate. And
Yeah, maybe rook f7, maybe rook d8 check is like strong. I don't know. Maybe not. But yeah, queen f7.
I really like how the knight on f6 controls all the backfield of the light squares.
Yeah. That's nice.
Bishop
Oh,
d5.
bishop d5.
whoa.
That was my first
Whoa.
instinct. But I got
This
I
one
got
doesn't-
some room.
scared of knight c4.
That might be simply strong as well. I mean, because rook h1 is still the coconut in the room, as they say. But now the queen could. Okay, so
Been a minute and 30 seconds with no increment.
Firouzja,
He's
move.
just gonna flag.
Oh,
He's
no.
just gonna flag.
he
What move is
practiced.
it?
He practiced
Okay.
at the last candidates by playing bullet for all night long.
He has to make 6 moves. Okay, it's not looking good.
No. He's actually got to make 8 moves.
He's got to make a lot, yeah.
Damn. I can't win anything. Oh, man.
Can you see him not moving on camera, or is this a transmission error?
He's not moving. He's not moving.
Ah!
He's
Wait,
frozen.
what's wrong with c6? What's wrong with? Oh, then rook h1. No, c6. What's going on with c6?
C6 looks fine. Knight c4, rook d8.
Oh, Firouzja, buddy, you got to move, bro.
Yeah, why not
But he cast
c6
the
knight
magic
d6
spell.
maybe? c6 knight d6, and then the bishop comes to e4. Okay, rook a8.
Atrocious.
Just queen c7 now?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Queen c7 looks hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Also now, like when queen g4 or whatever happens, the white king can even play king d3. Just
Yeah.
march it on over.
Yeah. No, I mean it's a question whether he could even stay in the game if Nepo played queen f8. I mean,
That was a pre-move right there, queen g4.
Now he has
I
to
think-
pre-move. He's got 20
King
seconds.
king d3, it's over.
yeah.
Wow, king d3.
Yeah.
Just run away.
Yeah, I mean now that he lost that c pawn, there's just no fighting back here.
And that knight never got into the game. It's over. That stupid knight on a5.
Yeah,
Dang.
no, this is over. Dude, light squares.
Light squares, bows.
I just want to say at the top of the show, I called this a Nepo position.
Hmm.
Just want to say.
Yeah, he does like, yeah. Dripman saying he likes playing bullet. There you go. You got your bullet game here, buddy.
That was agonizing.
King d3,
Somebody
I
who
called
hates
it. Thank you
flags.
very much. Look at that light square domination, buddy. Oh,
Firouzja.
man.
Firouzja, you got 15 seconds. Okay. He's aware. Rook d8.
Oh. So c4, knight c4, queen c4.
Well, he could. I think both queen a5 and king c2 are both going to be fine.
King c2, yeah.
Hmm. Oh, king c2 looks pretty cozy. Jesus.
That poor knight on a5 still a victim.
How accurate do you think this 12 seconds is?
That's a good question. Yeah.
I think it's
Is
accurate.
that like digitally accurate or like
I think
a
so.
sense?
I'll try to get a glimpse of the clock, but Firouzja's definitely moving like he has 12 seconds. That's for sure.
All these games are tight right now. Well, let's go to a different game, boss. This one's over.
Mhm.
This one's crisped and crittered.
Yeah. You want to switch away?
Prague's given a piece. This one's gonna drive me crazy too. They're only at move 25. I'm not gonna survive this event.
They're both in time trouble.
So maybe
Yeah.
we should go to Rook A7 because that's when he launched the Bishop F6 thing.
Okay. So Rook A7. Oh, he took and he boom. He heard Jesse. I have two dead pieces. I need to sacrifice one.
Yeah, he heard me, man.
Let's open up the other.
And now he's up a pawn. Bishop E7, Queen G4. And I think he's threatening a perpetual now with Knight H6.
Really? Knight H6, King H8,
Knight F7.
Queen F7.
Ooh.
Oh, it didn't work out.
Have none of these people like played some practice games without increment as part of their training? Did they just sit for 2 months pressing spacebar in a basement somewhere?
Hey, you tell him, David. You tell him.
Spacebar. David, you know how these kids train. They sit down at a board. Ramesh puts a position on, and he's like, calculate. 2 hours, calculate.
3 hours later, he comes back and says, "Did you see 17 knight b3?"
And yes, but I thought Bishop G4, Knight D2, F3. It just keeps going.
Now look at this, Knight D8. Bruce was making fun of both the Rook on A7
man.
and the Knight, and now it's all working. Now it's all working, my friends. I don't see anything for White here.
Guys, Fabi won.
Yeah, are you sure?
Already? What did he do?
Says the game is over.
He won. He won. And he did play Rook F2, Jesse. He did play Rook
So
F2.
F5 takes. Rook F1. Rook F7.
Done.
I didn't think it was that bad for black, but
No, Abasov just fell apart, dude. He fell apart completely. Because you don't have, like in this position after Rook F2, White's not threatening anything massive. And H6 was also weird because you could have played King H8 or something.
yeah, he did this to himself. He took,
He did this to himself.
and then he just went for this heavy piece endgame. That's
Yeah, but this same line with the king on H8 would have also been terrible, right? So,
Well, but the whole point is you don't take on C4.
okay, but if you don't take on C4, Fabi's going to play Queen C3 and defend 3 coconuts with 1 queen.
Still, it's not over. But if you give him F5 and he's like bringing his rook into your living room, come on, man.
Yeah. By the way, for anyone wondering, I think the resignation would be because of queen takes E5, queen to D3, followed by mate on H7. What's the moment that has slipped from black? I think black's been slipping for a while this game. I mean, Fabi was up a pawn, you know.
Bobby kept his time under control too, man. He was always up on the clock. I just
Okay.
watched the resignation. Yeah.
back to Prague.
So that's a result that confirms my biases about the tournament. There we go. We always like confirmation bias, right?
What does black do after knight takes D8 in our game of pitch?
Knight takes D8.
Yeah.
Can he do anything? Like I assume bishop takes.
Bishop takes. And E7. Bishop G4.
Bishop G4. It's
There's
called
nothing.
pin.
I know about that. I was just checking this.
This will really hurt my priors, dude. I had Prague taking third place. That was a dumb thing to say. Jeez.
Not necessarily.
Here's an interesting question from Cohesion. Will Jesse acknowledge Fabi as world champion if he wins, or is only Magnus worthy? Well, one thing about Magnus, hey buddy, let's talk, Magnus. Listen, Fabi wins, it's gonna touch your coconuts, and I think you're gonna have to come out of retirement, buddy.
He's not coming back for Fabi. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Jesse. It's not happening. He's not coming back.
For nobody? For
Well,
nobody not coming back?
look, he said he's quitting the world championship, right? And then recently he said he doesn't even want to play like another classical round robin anymore. So it's not even just like the world championship. He doesn't want to play Sinkfield Cup, nor like it's over. It's over. I think he's gonna play Blitz Rapid 960, and then if there's some classical mixed in with that, then yeah, sure. But
All right, let me make an argument that although this has to be lost for Prague, that maybe it's not completely simple. Because let's say Bishop takes now,
definitely
right?
not.
And it's still not the e6 pawn, as long as that e6 pawn is on the board,
Yeah.
there's still questions. And in fact, on bishop d8, there's queen d4, which really touches a lot of coconuts.
That's the move. Yeah.
No, it's still, I don't know, actually. So what Gukesh is thinking about is sacking the queen with queen d8, which probably would be glorious. So queen d8, oh, he plays bishop takes. Okay. So
Queen d8, knight f6. How would you take there?
I guess with the bishop.
Right.
Queen d4, I called it. Now, what I didn't understand about queen d4 was rook b7. What is white going to do then?
Oh, man.
I mean,
This guy's
the
getting
pawn's
time.
less to expand. It says e7, bishop e7.
Also here, even rook e7. Like,
How about rook
Dude.
b7, queen c5? Bishop e7, huh?
Ooh, rookie 4 blitzed out.
Oh.
Okay, I gotta go to the Prague cam.
Dude, who is this guy? Where does he come up with these moves? Oh my God.
one thing was interesting about rook b7 is if black wanted to make his life simpler, he could have played rook e7. And I think that would have forced knight e7. Then that's arguably a winning position with those big bishops. I didn't say big ass. Because now he has to untangle himself. And on rook e7, if I was white, I wouldn't take that thing. No way. Let him suffer. Oh, buddy, this is now, Kostya, let me just say, this no increment thing I think is unfair to the players, but it's pretty exciting, boss.
Yeah, you know what else is
It's pretty
exciting?
exciting, dude.
You know what else is exciting? Rapid chess, huh? Blitz, Title Tuesday.
Here's one variation. Knight f6, rook f6, queen d8. Queen d8, rook d8, rook f8, e7. Rook takes e7.
There you go, boss.
Boom.
Boom.
Clean it up.
Wow, that's nice. Let me show that. Take here. Looks like white's winning after e7. Boom, rook e7. Nice. Rook c8, rook e4. Beautiful.
E3. He's just gonna play the simple chess. He's gonna say mouse that pawn, not move.
Move on.
Okay.
Bishop e7 plate. He's got it back under lock and key, that criminal. I'm always checking, knight e7, queen e7, rook d7. I'm always looking if it can get out. That doesn't work either.
This is hard for white, man, because white
30.
needs a. I was about to say that white needs an idea, but just h4. Just tighten the screws and make him wonder a little bit. Okay. Does black have a path to like getting out of this nastiness?
It's hard. Like right now, he's looking at putting the rook on e8 as well, but then you always got to watch out for queen to the f file, right? And then f7 tender. Maybe he's gonna take on e6 at that
Maybe
point.
queen c5 though now.
Wow, Prague just
Guys, here's the other stupid thing about this no increment.
Oh,
Neither
God, here we
player is recording the moves because they don't have time. So what the hell is the point of they record the first 30 moves, then they don't record moves, then they go back and like they're gonna have to like write down all the moves? So dumb. So
I mean, this used to be done, Kostya, and I can tell you how it used to be done. You would just sort of like put like a dot on each line where you'd made a move, so you got to move 40. Then you
yeah.
get another hour on your clock in the old days, and then from memory you would write down the moves that you had
But they're
to make.
not putting dots because this time control was popular before they were playing chess. So they have no idea.
They don't know when they make move 40. They
They
just
have
make a
no
lot of
idea
moves.
when move 40. Yeah, they're going to have to look at the monitor or something. Actually, that's very interesting because
Was he ready for this bishop c5 move? As he was just blind pushing the h pawn?
No, I think first of all, it was the only way to improve the position was pushing that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, oh, here we go.
wait, F2?
It's all coming.
Oh my god. Holy smokes. You gotta make 8 moves.
Now the bummer though for
Bishop takes pawn, right? Just get rid of that criminal. Don't take on f2. Get rid of that guy. Yes.
Ooh. Okay, if he can take, then it's over.
Yeah. Good night. He's got mate covered already by the rook on b7.
That you criticized.
That I
you were all you hated that
I criticized.
rook a7. I thought these people were playing for the world championship.
See, h6, not a mate threat. He could go to town on him now. Town is on f2, by the way, if anyone doesn't know where town is.
Rook F2.
Yeah.
D8 check, Rook F8.
Yep. Kostya loves the ambulance. That's like a sentimental favorite of yours, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Best trick in the book. Oh man! Oh guys, my recap. How am I gonna make a 10-minute recap from today's games, guys? Explain to me.
buddy.
You can just go, oh my god, whoa.
Here's your recap.
Or you could start with 4 minutes of silent, awkward, like Muzachek and Goryachkina at a board waiting for the game to start.
Oh no.
Well, it looks like these games are they're all decisive and it's almost all over.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, he took on f2 also. He's taking him out.
Now they raise us down a rook.
Oh, he's still playing? He didn't flag? I assumed he flagged. He made it to time control?
Yeah. Prague, 10 seconds. Oh, he has to make 7 moves here. Prague. Oh, he resigned. He just resigned.
Yeah, well, it was that or play king h1.
oh. Gukesh. Oh, and Firouzja. Firouzja's staring at their board. He's like, what happened over there?
Oh, dude, that was great, man.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Gukesh is good at holding on to c4 pawns, by the way. That's in his arsenal.
Dang. Dang.
Dang, dude. Okay.
Blood.
Now, who was it that Prague beat in the World Cup? Did he beat Ergaisi or did he beat Gukesh? Because didn't he beat one of the...
He beat all loads of people, man. But yeah,
like,
I think he beat Ergaisi.
Ergaisi.
Gotcha. Okay.
Gukesh is 17 years old, right?
Yeah.
17. He looks like he's 40, but he's actually 17.
He already looked like kind of adult at 15 and a half, I want to say. He's...
Okay, so basically we're going to have 4 leaders. Nepo, Fabi, Vidit, and Gukesh.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That was great, guys. Oh, it's real. Oh, what a great. Both rounds were great, honestly. Even though yesterday was 4 draws, it was still an amazing round.
I was afraid that today could not live up to yesterday. I was so happy yesterday. And then today thinking about yesterday. And then suddenly I thought, oh no, is there any way today could live up to yesterday? Yeah, every single game decisive in the World Championship section.
Yeah.
in the women's candidates tournament, there were 2 draws and 2 wins.
Hey, so Kostya, is it true that we have like a special code people can use to sign up during the candidates?
Yes, Jesse, it is true. People can use the code candidates to get 20% off the dojo training program.
Nice. So
Yeah,
how does it
full
work?
training
They
plan.
go to the site and then they sign up and put in candidates.
Yeah, put candidates when it asks for a discount code. They'll get you 20% off. Folks can also just start off with a free account first. They want to see what it's like before choosing to subscribe for the full version.
Nice.
It's our candidate special.
That's great, man. Super cool.
Yeah, I agree with Mikey. There's like no increment makes sense if anyone's ever prepared. It makes no sense to play every tournament with increment and then suddenly one without it. So
Yeah, exactly.
the advantage, Sam, is you got an extra week of training in already. So like all those people with their discounts are never going to catch up with you. Never. No way.
All right. Well, this is it, dude. We have defined the genre of no engine, no BS. We brought it 2 days in a row. Oh, tomorrow's another day, dude. I can't even. Can you imagine, dude, watching any of today's games with the engine on? It would just be like, oh, they blundered there. That was so dumb. How could you be so dumb? I guess they're not informed.
Yeah. But maybe we'll give in and turn on the engine by the end of the candidates tournament, folks. Who knows? Maybe we'll give up. Maybe we'll get off our high horse.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe we'll break.
All right.
Fat chance.
I'm calling it with Nepo. It's over.
Yeah. I think Nepo wins this.
Yeah.
He's got the rook. If if not, I mean, well, we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, by the way, guys, we got Mitch, special guest. He'll be here.
Yeah.
Commenting with us.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
Awesome. Very awesome. Rook c8 from Firouzja. Is it a move? What if white plays queen e4? Oof.
Or rook h1 to be really fancy.
Wow. That is fancy.
All right, you guys, I got to go take care of
Yeah.
business. I will see you tomorrow.
Fair
And for
enough.
sure, Sunday, I'm all in. I can go all Sunday. So that's
Nice.
good.
Awesome.
All right, you
Awesome.
guys, I'll check out. That was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be it for the stream, folks. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to follow, like, and subscribe. Tell your friends where you're watching.
Patreon, so give us money. Come on. Kostya needs some avocado toast.
It's disgusting. I almost rather watch an engine bar than hear you guys begging for
Give
change.
us some money, folks, please.
Stop.
Please.
Stop.
Help us buy an engine. Help us buy an engine.
Help us buy it. We need to save up for Stockfish. No, yeah, we're just done, Koisan. The game is not really still being played.
No, game's ongoing, but we gotta go. I gotta go set up for the recap. So we'll see you all next time, folks. Take care.
All right, bye.
If we get the result wrong, it's even funnier.